Dear Ambassador, dear Rector, Deans, guests, dear colleagues, a heartily welcome to this international two-day conference on Ukraine, the war and beyond, perspectives on Ukrainian culture and society. I'm pleased to see so many of you here and happy that we are able to reach a global audience on stream. This conference is organized by a network of Norwegian and Ukrainian researchers, UkraineNet Plus, who have a common goal of enhancing Ukrainian-Norwegian research collaboration and advancing Ukrainian studies in Norway, Ukraine, and internationally. The network was established on the initiative of Ukrainian researchers in Norway in 2022, based on the realization that Russia's unlawful full-scale attack on Ukraine called for an immediate and coordinated effort by the Norwegian, Ukrainian, and international research community to generate and promote research-based knowledge about Ukraine. The network brings together more than 100 researchers in Norway, Ukraine, and beyond. It is financed by a grant from the Norwegian Research Council. This is the third annual conference organized by UkraineNet. For this conference, we are happy to have secured additional funding from the University of Bergen, from the Wallraf research project at the University of Oslo, and Fritt Ord. We look forward to 2 days of insightful presentations and inspiring discussions. And I hope that you will all end up having increased your network of colleagues. Now I will hand the word over to our rector, Professor Margaret Hagen, who will open the conference. With a background in the humanities as a professor in Italian literature, Hagen now serves her second tenure as rector at the University of Bergen. So, dear Rector Margaret Hagen, please, thank you for your support and for your willingness to open the conference.
Dear all, dear Ambassador, I'm so pleased and grateful to be able to say some words of welcome in this occasion. Heartily welcome to the University of Bergen and to this interdisciplinary conference organized as part of the UkraineNet project. A project that aims to enhance the Ukrainian-Norwegian research collaboration and advance Ukrainian studies in Norway, Ukraine, and internationally. The conference brings together scholars from diverse disciplines to facilitate dialogue and enhance and exchange insights on key topics within Ukrainian history, culture, and society. The conference features an extensive program encompassing law, media studies, history, literature, politics, art, linguistics, among others. It is deeply impressive and a clear testament to what academia can achieve when we come together across disciplines, institutions, and borders, and when we engage deeply with the big challenges of our time. Congratulations from the bottom of my heart to everyone who has brought this rich and wide-ranging research conference to life. It is a clear example of what a university should contribute: knowledge, critical inquiry, research, and new perspectives on old truths. Ukraine is an ancient nation. In the shadow of a violent war, and in the shadow of propaganda wars, universities and researchers must use their academic freedom and deep expertise to understand, analyze, contextualize, and enlighten. I am more than confident that this conference will enrich networks and strengthen the research on our common history, the history of Europe and the history of Ukraine. This conference is a testament to the power of collaboration across borders, disciplines and perspectives. And I invite you all to engage fully, exchange ideas, and build bridges that extend also beyond these days. So once again, on behalf of the University of Bergen, heartily welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Alexei Havrish was appointed as the Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Ukraine to the Kingdom of Norway by decree in April 2025. Graduated with honors from the Donetsk National University of Management with a master's degree in management of foreign economic activity. He also holds a second higher education in the field of energy at the Ivano-Frankivsk National Technical University of Oil and Gas. Having served in different positions in Ukrainian business and government, Mr. Havrish is an adjunct professor in financial management at the Kyiv-Mohyla Business School. Dear Ambassador Havrish, we are so glad that you found time to come to Bergen and look forward to your address.
First of all, thank you for invitation. I heard a lot of Ukrainian words today in the lobby, so I have first question. What language should I speak? It's a great pleasure to hear the Ukrainian language here, and it's a great pleasure to be with you today. Honorable Rector, esteemed professors, dear students, it's a great honor for me to stand before you today, before the intellectual future of Norway. It's a wonderful city that breathes peace and history. It's my first time in Bergen. Looking at your face, I see energy, hope, and trust for knowledge. There are very fundamental values upon which a peaceful life is built. The topic of my speech, War and Peace, or Peace After the War. For lots of you, fortunately, these words are historical or philosophical concepts. You study them in books, you analyze the causes and consequences. For my people, for Ukrainians, their words are not theory. They are our daily, brutal reality. When you go to lectures in the morning, Ukrainian students in Kharkiv, Odessa, or Zaporizhia, or other cities are running to bomb shelter. While you are planning your future, young Ukrainians are taking up arms so what they might have a future at all. The war unleashed by Russia is not a conflict on the distant border of Europe. It's an attack on the very foundation of the world we all live in. It is an attack on international law, on the sovereignty of nation, and on the right of people to freely choose their own path. This war is not just being fought for territory, it's being fought for values. The right to speak our own language, for the right to be a democracy and not a tyranny, for the right to be part of the European family, where Ukraine rightfully belongs. And in this struggle, we feel the powerful support of your country, of Norway. And we are really grateful. We really appreciate your support. But what does peace mean for Ukraine today? Peace, it's not just the silence after the guns fall silent. Peace is not capitulation to the aggressor. Peace bought at the price of freedom, territory, and dignity is merely a postponed war. True peace for us is a justice. It's the full restoration of our territorial integrity. It is the return of our people from captivity and deportation. It is holding war criminals accountable. That is why we fight. You are future leaders, diplomats, engineers. It will be up to you to build the world after this war. And I argue, do not grow tired of the topic of Ukraine. Seek to understand the deep-rooted causes of what is happening. Uphold the truth in a world where disinformation has become a weapon. And keep peace you have. And remember, that is not a given. It must be defended. In the darkest days of the Second World War, Sir Winston Churchill told his words that have today become a motto for the entire Ukrainian nations. And I want to repeat it to you. Never, never, never give up. Ukraine will not give up. We are fighting for our existence, for our freedom, and for the security of the entire continent. And we ask you to stand with us in this fight for our freedom and for yours. Thank you. Tusen tak. Slava Ukraini.
This conference has come about as a result of collaboration between colleagues from the humanities and law studies. It is therefore my great pleasure to introduce the Dean of the Faculty of Law, Professor Sigrid Eskeland Schütz, and the Dean of the Faculty of the Humanities, Professor Camilla Brautaset, who will greet the conference participants. Please, Sigrid and Camilla.
Your Excellency, dear colleagues and friends, dear Rector. It's a great honor for Sigrid and myself to offer you a warmest welcome to this conference, which brings together scholars, students, and civil society actors from Norway, Ukraine, and across the world. Just a few weeks ago, the renowned historian Sir Christopher Clark delivered the inaugural history lecture in the very same room as we are gathered in today. As a specialist on modern European history, Clark placed particular emphasis on how the world we live in today appears to gain an increasing resemblance to the 19th century by being multipolar and unpredictable. This unpredictability has changed the world order as we once knew it. And as we gather under the title War and Beyond, we are reminded that the war in Ukraine is not only a geopolitical conflict, it's a historic event that will continue to shape generations to come. And history tells us that war is never just about weapons or borders. War is about people, culture, livelihoods, justice, identity, and resilience. In Ukraine, we see how cultural heritage, language, and education have become targets of aggression, and how resilience is built precisely through these values. As faculties and as members of a broader community of scholars, we are committed to safeguard academic freedom and knowledge, especially in times of war and uncertainty. As faculties, we are deeply committed to both promote and to protect knowledge about history, conflict, and the human consequences of war. And through research, education of the next generation of leaders and citizens, and through international collaboration, we stand with those who seek justice, understanding, and peace. In times like these, when the truth is contested and when facts are weaponized, our role as institution of knowledge is a premise for democracy and more crucial than ever. And this is exactly why this conference matters. It creates a much-needed space for reflection, research, and solidarity across disciplines and across borders.
Camilla and I would like to express our heartfelt thanks to the Ukrainian Network and to the organizing committee for your endeavors. I would especially like to acknowledge Head of Department Martin Paulsen and Senior Advisor Margrethe Søvik, and last but not least, Professors Ingunn Lunde and Lilja Opprysk. Your steadfast dedication and efforts have made this conference possible. Scholars at the Faculty of Humanities have played an invaluable role prior and after the outbreak of war in Ukraine, through generously sharing their expert knowledge on Ukraine language, history, politics, culture, with both academics and the society at large. The Faculty of Humanities have also played a crucial role when our friends in Ukraine have gone from being neighbors on the map to also being neighbors in the streets by offering language courses. At the Faculty of Law, we have been deeply engaged in legal questions related to Ukraine over the past years. We are proud of our Erasmus Plus partnership with faculties in Ukraine. We have hosted and contributed to academic events on EU accession, war crimes, forcible deportation of children, legal responses to aggression. This discussion reminds us that law is not just theory, it's an invaluable tool for justice and hope. On behalf of the Faculty of Law and Faculty of Humanities, we would like to extend gratitude to everyone gathered here today for your invaluable contribution to scholarship and society. Thank you for ensuring that we know both more and differently about Ukraine than we knew before. Thank you for your scholarship towards upholding democracy, academic freedom, and the rule of law. Thank you for providing us with insights that makes us better citizens, better moral agents, and ultimately better human beings. We look forward to the conversation ahead and to learning from each other. On behalf of the Faculty of Humanities and Faculty of Law, Camilla and I welcome you all. Thank you.
Bohdana Neborak is a journalist, curator of cultural projects, and editor at the Ukrainian's media. With an MA in law, Bohdana has more than 10 years of experience in creative industries. In 2020, Bohdana drafted and launched the first state literary translation grant program at the Ukrainian Book Institute. She has co-hosted a podcast about culture and colonialism, and is a lecturer of contemporary Ukrainian literature course at the Projector Institute. She is a co-curator at the Fundament Literary Festival and founder of the Kyiv Book Club reading promotion platform. Bohdana has received several awards and much recognition for her work in journalism and promotion of Ukrainian culture. Among other recognitions, her podcast about colonialism, Unnamed for Now, won the Best Ukrainian Podcast About Culture award by Sluzhna in 2022. Her keynote lecture is entitled Culture Bridges in Europe and Ukrainian Literature During Wartime, Identity, Resistance, and Cultural Dialogue. And before handing the word and stage over to Bohdana, I would like to inform you all that there will be room for questions immediately after her lecture. So, Bohdana, please, the podium is yours.
Hello, dear colleagues. It is a big honor and pleasure today to speak to you. And I'm very grateful for this conference and our possibility to cooperate. So first of all, I wish all of us a really fruitful conversation today and tomorrow. And I'm really thrilled to be here today, as my first foreign trip in 2022 was also to Norway, but to Oslo. And it is a big privilege today to introduce you my keynote speech about the trends and some changes in culture and literary discourse in Ukraine. As Martin said, I'm a journalist and I do culture projects in Ukraine. And from this perspective, I will speak today, focusing on the changes in the field of literature. And I will propose the, let's say, introduction to the idea of culture bridges that we might build in the future, but also focusing on some of the bridges that have been already built before, especially in 20th century. Today, I want to speak about what changed rapidly in 2022, but also to focus on new trends that rose on this fundamentum since 2022. And as you all remember, the beginning of the full war of Russia against Ukraine was the time when culture became an integral part of contemporary Ukrainian society's life. The explanation was really super simple and plain. People heard that their language, their culture, their literature is a target. And they were asking themselves, why it is a target? Why any kind of Ukrainian culture? Probably we see our alarm somewhere in Ukraine. And that's a reality under which, as colleagues already said, culture is still very active inside of the country and how creatives work in Ukraine. I will move on. So the main question in 2022 was why Ukrainian culture is a target and which stories does it bring with itself so it is put as a target. And the explanation was found in Ukrainian literature first and foremost. It was simple because people understood that probably a lot of explanations can be found in fiction. And the texts of Taras Shevchenko and Oksana Zabushko, Serhiy Zhadan and Tanya Malarchuk, Ivan Bagriany and Sofia Andrukhovich were used as a source for finding these answers to this difficult question. They were not so much the source of aesthetic experience, but rather a path of finding the answer of what is contemporary Ukrainian identity. Today, this interest is transforming into a reading practice, but it had a striking impact on the emergence of new trends that have changed the literary ecosystem and its infrastructure. And today I will speak about these changes because I believe it is really very, very important to all of the panelists to have it on the background. The question was, which stories does Ukrainian literature bring? And the main interest of readership laid in the stories that spoke about Russian aggression and Ukrainian resistance and resilience. In the beginning, the main interest laid in the war stories. For instance, the super important author of 2022 was Ivan Bohdana with his fiction, but also there was a huge interest in Ukrainian classics that speaks about outcomes of war and that speaks about the possible future that will come after the war. Many new projects dedicated to Ukrainian classics arose, and probably it was the first time in Ukrainian history that we finally got so many good classic series with new comments on Ukrainian book market. Ukrainian classic also provided this answer to identity question. There was really a huge interest in repressed authors. I remember very well year 2023 when I had a masterclass for people who work at the new biggest bookstore in Kyiv. I will show you further the bookstore. And they told me a surprising fact that so many readers are coming to Ukrainian bookstores and asking for authors from the executed Renaissance. And they are literally asking about people who were repressed. There was absolutely tremendous interest in those authors who were deprived of the voice, who were not published before or who were not present enough in Ukrainian discourse. And that was the first really big shift that impacts us till today. Also, there were so many conversations about culture as resistance. And I would say that culture and literature often stay a humanistic act and act of resistance at any war. It often helps us to speak with the foreigners. I speak right now as a Ukrainian because foreigners also have stories which are strikingly the same. Several days ago, I was in Madrid at Liber Book Fair, and when I was speaking about the interest to contemporary theater in Ukraine, especially in Kyiv, Spanish colleagues told me that there was a very similar situation when Madrid was bombed by Franco, but people wanted to go to theaters. We all know the story of Susan Sontag at Sarajevo and people who were staging Beckett at Sarajevo. Culture gives us the feeling that we who are engaged in war still are bigger than the war itself. And probably it is the big mission of culture right now in Ukraine, but also the mission that is put on Ukrainian writers. Right now, we feel that there is a big interest in book clubs as places where people can gather and speak about the books they have read. And I will also speak about this new trend. Also, we need to emphasize the poetic reaction to the news. So many Ukrainian contemporary poets write poetry right away after they are back from frontline, or when they are back from any kind of witnessing of traumatic events. I need to say right now that such instrumentalization of culture, when we speak about culture as the tool of resilience, in my case it is literature, in general has a negative impact when we speak about analysis of culture. But definitely it serves society and it helps society to survive. But there is also the main change, which is first and foremost. When we speak about the field of literature, this change is about the role of writers and the role of readers and the role of professionals who work in this field. Because many people had to find their new identity, the identity connected to war. People volunteer, people join the military, people need to find a new language, because we all remember that every big war brings new language for poetry, new language for fiction. And people give their time to war. Marcy Shore, in her great book Ukrainian Night, wrote that Maidan and then the full war that emerged in Ukraine brought the end to postmodernism in Ukraine, and I think it is a very fruitful idea to discuss it now. There are a lot of examples of people who changed their life, and to mention just several names that volunteered to military. Let's say Artem Chekh, Artem Chapai, Artem Polezhaka. Also, we all know the story of Ukrainian poet Maxim Krivtsov, who unfortunately died in action. Also, many Ukrainian writers decided that right now they shouldn't write just fiction, but they should switch to non-fiction and write documentary literature. And we also know the story of Victoria Amelina, who wrote a very special book about women at war and female voices that give us testimonies about the war. Unfortunately, Victoria was killed in 2023, and her friends had to finish her book for the memory of Victoria. And memory is also a very important idea right now to speak when we speak about Ukrainian literature. But probably the most interesting case right now is the case of Serhiy Zhadan. Zhadan is one of the best translated Ukrainian contemporary writers. He's very interesting to analyze because he changed so much within his literary life. And here you see people who are queuing for his big concert where he was just performing poetry. Several thousand of people were waiting for this evening just to share this experience of listening to poetry and to feel literature in this way. But Serhiy Zhadan also decided to join the military. Zhadan was volunteering since 2014, and he wrote about Russian war against Ukraine since 2014. Fortunately, we have translated works into Norwegian, especially his book Orphanage, which is about Russian-Ukrainian war. But it is the decision that Ukrainian writers make right now. They understand that they may speak about the reality in Ukraine, but also there are situations when they need to protect their language, volunteering to the military. And I think that that's what we will face further, because we understand that the war is not coming to an end, and many public figures, intellectuals, journalists, they do the same, understanding they have to replace somebody at a specific point of the front line. At the same time, there are so many writers who understand that they need to give testimony about Ukrainian reality. And it is important to speak about those who try to make the discourse wider. Who try to speak about Ukrainian stories which are not only war stories, because it is also a
problem and an issue right now that so many things we are discussing are very directly connected to war. And it is simple because Ukraine needs more weapons and Ukraine needs military support to move on. But at the same time, right now, I feel one of the most important things everyone here can do is to speak about broader narratives that can be found in Ukrainian culture. When literature becomes a source of resilience, it is the most dangerous thing. How much literature and how much culture is left to us. And it is the question that professionals often pose to themselves. Because there are huge changes in the industry, creative industry in general, but at the same time we understand that we must give testimonies about the war, but also we have to keep the eye on culture. Right now, I want to speak a bit about the changes in the book industry. Because those of you, especially who are not from Ukraine, you probably follow the growth in the book industry in Ukraine. There are new book series, there are new publishing houses. The new publishing houses have very specific missions and ideas. But also there are a lot of losses and the general situation is quite complicated. The year 2025 started from the missile attack on the building which is close to the office of President of Ukraine. And this is the building that many of you know as the Writers' Union building. Quite important place for the history of Ukrainian literature as such. Many libraries are being destroyed or damaged. The same thing is with the publishing facilities and the warehouses. And probably the main example for our conversation is Kharkiv Oblast, because so many publishing facilities are located there. And they cannot be simply replaced to another region that we consider to be safer. Right before the Book Arsenal in 2024, Book Arsenal is probably one of the biggest book fairs in Ukraine and one of the most important. There was a huge attack on the book facilities of Factor Druk in Kharkiv, and on the photo you see the outcomes, but also the outcomes were felt in Kyiv, because so many books that had to be presented at Book Arsenal were not presented physically just because they burnt out in that damaged facilities. It is difficult because we can speak also about the general decline in reading interest. In the very beginning, people wanted to read books more and more, and that can be compared with this situation with the theaters. When I take my book and when I have a cup of good coffee, I feel better. I feel that there is another reality in my life except of the war reality. But definitely when we speak now, it is the fourth year of full aggression of Russia. There are different questions that arise. And first of all, it is the price on books, because we have the paper which is mainly imported from European Union. Also, it is the demand. In 2022 and 2023, so many people wanted to read about war. They wanted to discover classics because there was the general idea that they need to discover why they are being killed. Right now, the focus shifts, and that means that people want to read not only about the war. We so often speak about so-called Ukraine fatigue in the West, but also we may speak about the war fatigue. And that doesn't mean at all that you don't have to speak about the war, but you need to find new stories to tell about the Ukrainian reality. And that we see in the readers' interest in Ukraine. Also, we need to speak about people as a human resource. People who write, people who make books, people who edit and translate also go to the front line. They volunteer so much. They cannot invest again so much time into their daily job as they did before the full war. So the changes in the book industry are different. At the same time, a very important thing is that so many Ukrainians are abroad, and that what mentions Chetomo, Ukrainian media dedicated to book industry and reading. When we speak about more than 5 million people who are abroad, definitely that impacts the reading and the book industry. Many of them are children, and that means that not so many books for children are needed right now inside of the country. But there are another also very important trends, and one of them is the increase of reading of English language literature. There is the growth in number in English language books that are sold in Ukraine, and right now it is twice as big as Russian language literature that has been sold in Ukraine. And right now we don't have enough data to speak about reading trends in English in Ukraine, but we definitely see that the demand is huge, and it will also impact the Ukrainian book market, because popular titles should be translated together with the publication of the original, or probably the readers will read them originally in English. Also, there are changes in reading practices, and I already mentioned the interest to Ukrainian classics, but I would say that this interest should be considered common for any culture of a sovereign state. I want to put the emphasis on other trends and speak that more and more productive scholars and professors of universities are open to writing non-fiction literature. And this changes everything, because they propose the keys to different topics. What is also very important is that they write not only about Ukrainian literature, but they write also about the world classics. And this is the thing that was a blank page on Ukrainian book market in general before, but right now Ukrainian readers have these tools to dive into different kinds of literature. This is accessible literature which speaks about very complicated topics, like, for instance, Rostislav Samkiv, who is a professor at Kyiv-Mohyla Academy. He writes in his books on the history of Ukrainian literature about the issues of, for instance, colonialism. But he does this in a very accessible way that can be well read on your weekend. And that is a shift. Also, the shift is popular products dedicated to literature. It is like podcasts and YouTube shows. And we see that such figures as university scholars right now are open to speak to a broader audience. But what is also important is that they learn this language that will be accessible as an entering point to a complicated issue. I would also name Vera Agayeva and Tamara Hundurova, who also write such kind of the books, and we see how this literature impacts in general the reading practices in Ukraine. But I want also to mention right now the interest to Ukrainian classics in the foreign audiences and at foreign book markets. Probably the best case is The City by Valerian Podmogilny, because this novel also faces the renaissance of interest in Ukraine. Probably around 5 or 6 publishing houses have their own different editions of The City. But also what we saw, and what is important to say, that many of the translations were done before the full war. Also the Huri translation, it is just a republished, newly edited translation. They were done before. But a good example is the translation which was done in Poland by Marcin Gaczkowski, because this work is well present in the Polish literary discourse. It is presented at literary festival and fairs, and it is shortlisted at different translators' prizes. Also, it brings up the common question for us who work with the Ukrainian studies. Is it possible somehow to bring the texts which were deprived of being present in the global discourse back to it? I don't have an answer, but I think that the general trend is very good. It also reminds me the texts from the 50s. In the 50s, Ukrainian linguist and literary critic George Shevelov, he wrote about the literature of Ukrainian modernism, that the main goal of this literature is decolonial goal, actually. It is to show the readers that they have right and have a potential to be a full person, a full and independent person. And I believe that right now, this novel, 100 years after its first publication, also serves the same ideas. And probably the final point I want to make about reading practices and publishing is that there are new grants for young people to buy the books. It wasn't like that before very recent times, and there were constant dialogues in the government if people should get, young people should get money which they can spend also, only for different cultural practices. But right now, when young people get to their 18 years, they get a small grant they can use for buying books. And more than 68 million hryvnias were spent by young people on books in last year. A very important change in infrastructure is the bookstores that arise in Ukraine. It was always the issue that we lacked bookstores and that we lacked independent and bookstores which will serve as cultural hubs. And this is the thing that is very special. It explains a lot about the changes in the society, because bookstores, they work as cultural hubs. They also work as centers for the volunteers and active citizens. They help you deal with loneliness, because they also provide so many events and festivals. and they work with memory. I just want to show you several examples of the newly founded bookstores during the full war in Ukraine and tell you a bit about them. It is just the example. Of course, Timothy Snyder is kind of a rock star in Ukraine right now. But when there was his conversation with Volodymyr Yermolenko this year about his new book on freedom, there were more people than this bookstore could handle, but at the same time there was no air raid and the event was just fantastic. It is at Sense bookstore, which is right on Khreshchatyk Street near the Tsum department store. And those of you who remember Khreshchatyk, you will understand that right now on Khreshchatyk there is the ad of a big beauty brand at Tsum department store, and then you have that huge ad of new Ukrainian language books published, which is really a big difference. It is Sense bookstore, which right now operates in Kyiv at 2 places and also in Ivano-Frankivsk, and it is a big cultural hub, which was in the beginning of full war a volunteer hub. Right now, so many active people gather there, and every night in Kyiv you can find a good culture event there. Also, there is an interesting new bookstore, which is also right now a chain. It is called Read Eat, and it is very focused on aesthetic of reading and aesthetic of book talk, aesthetic of how do you interact with literature. Another important thing in Ukraine right now is specialization, because right now the big difference is that people are not trying to fulfill the demands of all of the audiences simultaneously. For instance, there is a new bookshop, Zbirka, which is dedicated only to non-fiction about art and to photo books, and it is quite successful, and I would say even a trendsetter right now, because so much literature is brought from the abroad, and people are very interested in buying these books. And my last example is the bookstore in Vinnytsia. The bookstore is called The Heroes, and it is dedicated to a fallen soldier who was, by the way, philologist, and he wrote about the idea of the road in the modernist novels. He was a student of National University of Kyiv-Mohyla Academy. His name was Mykola Rachok, and he had a dream to open a bookstore in his home city of Vinnytsia. Here you see his sister and the team of the bookstore. They opened the bookstore in memory of Mykola. Also, it is important to speak about book clubs and book fairs very briefly. Right now, there are so many book clubs in Ukraine, and before it wasn't typical at all. But now people, I think that it is also a post-COVID trend, but also right now it is the reality of war. People want to gather and to have the topics for conversation. My friend and colleague very frequently tells that it is much interesting to speak about the characters of fiction than about your neighbors. But I also think that it is a good trend, because people feel that literature and reading in general is not a grail which can be read only by people with very specific education, that literature is for everybody. And that is a trend that also I think we need to follow, but also to help this trend to become a new norm. Also, we have new festivals, and I don't want to mention each of them, but I just want to highlight the trend, and the trend is also about the specialization and thorough work with different audiences. Because, for instance, there is a new big fair which is called Knyžkova Kraїна, the book country, and it is a service fair for readers. It is not about making any kind of very narrow intellectual discussions, but it is to make such discussions available to the broad audiences. For instance, they have the award for book bloggers. But also it is the time when Ukrainians also understand that Ukrainian market is a big market and that Ukraine is really a very big and very diverse country, and we need to focus on very different audiences with our products. And finally, I'm approaching this idea of bridges in cultural strategies. And when I was thinking what I can really say to you about the bridges, when we try to draft bridges, when we dream about bridges, I was going back. I was going back to different anthologies. I was going back to Ukrainian intellectuals of the 20s, Ukrainian intellectuals of 30s, people who were writing essayism in 50s, people who were trying to introduce their culture in the end of 80s and in the beginning of 90s. And I was asking myself, am I really able to do anything new? Definitely, we all believe that we will be able to go further. And at the same time, it is important to keep this fundamentum that we already have. So I really return frequently to press, to milestone anthologies, to testimonies that demonstrate this essence of certain issues. Because our situation is unique, but it isn't new at the same time, because there always were people who were involved in trying to make Ukrainian literature more visible, and they really faced quite similar challenges. I even feel that we are in much better position right now, because Ukraine is a sovereign, independent state. And right now we speak from this position that Oksana Zabushko says is protected with Ukrainian military. Because our culture right now deserves to be heard and deserves to be researched. But I also think about the names and the generation shifts. And here you see one of quite important anthologies of the end of the 20th century. And here you can look just at the names to think about the idea of the canon of contemporary Ukrainian poetry in 1990. You really see people from very different generations. It's not only the people who were working in 80s. And if you read the names, you will understand that often their aesthetics is quite different. But there is a very important point. The compiler of anthology, Igor Remaruk, who is the great poet himself, but who was also the great editor, he understood that it can be his only option to show Ukrainian poetry to any new audience, and to show some of the names that were deprived of the possibility to be published. And he did this like that. There is a very interesting introduction to this book where Mykola Repchuk says that he doesn't really know which is the future of Ukrainian language, in which all those people write. And he finds very insightful quotes when poets really write that they live in endangered language. Right now, we feel the situation is a bit different, yes, but we also understand that it can move back. But I want also to move back to George Chevelov, who in 1990s wrote a very interesting essay where there was a quote. He was very ironical in that essay, and he wrote that he feels that we live not on the planet Earth, but on the island Ukraine. And what I want to say, because that's what I feel very often right now, is what we need and what should be done by people who are involved in Ukrainian studies is to do as much comparative studies as possible, because that's what we really lacked, and that's what we lack right now. To see the new bridges and to see the connections, because the tragedy of Valerian Підмогильний, but also the tragedy of Леся Українка, is not only that they were not read by the readership in Ukrainian enough, is not that only that they were deprived of this possibility to be presented enough in the discourse, but it's also that they haven't found the voices which were able to discuss with them. And that is the story, a good story for a journalist, for a culture producer, for researcher, to make these voices to speak to each other, even if those people are not right now together with us. But you will ask me, like, what is done to make this possible, and I want to share with you the ideas that were shared at Culture Diplomacy Forum several days ago in Kyiv. In 2022, we all spoke so much about the boycott of Russia and boycott of Russian culture. It is still very important, but at the same time, it is topical to change the focus and to speak about Ukrainian culture, because empire writes back, as we also know, and we need to see Ukraine in different connections, not only imperial connections, not only use colonial theory to discover Ukrainian culture and Ukrainian literature, but to find new projects which will show Ukrainian literature as a good and powerful part of European literature in general. But also I wanted to emphasize that visionary projects like conferences are very important right now, because they give fruits in years to come. I want to show you the data of a Translate Ukraine program, and here you see only the numbers, but we understand that hundreds of new books have been published in different foreign languages, translated from Ukrainian language. It is important because it is ongoing. There was a pause in 2022 when all the budget money went to military purposes. But at the same time, it is very important for publishers to have something that is not a case, but a system. And I hope that right now the new similar programs will emerge. It is very important to have the prizes for researchers, but also prizes for translators. And in Ukraine right now we have Dragoman Prize for the translators from Ukrainian into foreign languages, but we need to do more. To end, I wanted to speak very briefly about the big narratives that Ukrainian literature can bring to light. Because we can invite not only to the conversation about war, about Russian war against Ukraine, about Russian aggression, but also another grand narratives. And it was a very good surprise for me when I was checking which literature is already been translated into Norwegian, because so different and at the same time so important books have already been translated into Norwegian language. Here we have, for instance, Serhiy Zhadan Orphanage. We already spoke with you about this novel, which speaks about in general, it speaks about the colonial situation in the gray zone and the identity of a person. The person lived its life without deciding who he is, and right now he has to decide his identity. It is a very good starting point with contemporary Ukrainian literature. Also, we have how it is called in Ukraine right now, even contemporary classics, the Moscoviad by Yuri Andrukhovich, very ironical, very funny, but at the same time very brutal story about also colonial situation. We have the first book by Sofia Andrukhovich Amadoka. It is interesting that many of foreign publishers decide to publish Amadoka in several books because it is quite thick and it is easier to publish like 3 books, but this is the book which speaks about Ukrainian 20th century. It also speaks about Ukraine as a bloodland, as Timothy Snyder calls it, but also it speaks about contemporary Russian-Ukrainian war, and probably it is the best book about PTSD for now. And also we have the non-fiction by Oksana Zabushko, which has already been translated into many foreign languages. But I would say that The Gate of Europe by Serhiy Plukhy is called The Short History of Ukraine, but probably Oksana Zabushko managed to make it much shorter. Definitely it is intellectual history of Ukraine, but she was trying to answer this simple question that we started with you. It is like, who are Ukrainians and why there is such a horrific aggression against Ukrainians? But also she tries to show how many interesting people are from Ukraine, live in Ukraine, and tell Ukrainian stories. And I'm approaching to the end of my speech. I'm very grateful to be here right now, and I have just some closing remarks. First of all, I would love to dedicate my speech to Ukrainian poet whose name is Ihor Kalinets. He is a poet of Ukrainian 60s, and this year he passed away. But Ihor Kalinets and his life is the example of literature as integral part of your life at any point of your life. If you are a young poet, literature, of course, is important to you. But if you are a prisoner of Soviet camps, you also can keep writing and can keep translating. And Ihor Kalinets is the example of that. But I want to close my speech with my gratitude to translators and to researchers in the field of humanities, because I believe that you are the people who build the real bridges. And right now, in our reality of post-truth and AI, your work is of paramount importance, and I feel how it influences my life. And thank you so much for doing this, and thank you for listening to me. I'm open to any questions or comments if we still have several minutes.
Thank you so much, Bohdana. I look forward to the day when we can add the Norwegian translation of Misto to the picture that you just showed us. Now we have time for questions. We have a couple of people carrying microphones. Since this is a hybrid event, I would ask you to wait until you have the microphone until you pose your question, and please introduce yourselves. So just raise your hands if you have any questions for Bohdana. Yes, in the middle.
Thank you very much for your fascinating and brilliant talk. My name is Ludmila Pitkoimucha from National University of Kyiv-Mohyla Academy. I would have a comment and a short question, if I may. Regarding comment, thank you very much for mentioning book clubs. I'm researching how Russia is erasing language and identity on the occupied territories, and how book clubs have become very important for those people who are under occupation. And for young generation, they, of course, are reading Serhiy Zhadan, as I mentioned in the interviews I was conducting, but also Lesya Ukrainka. And one of the respondents also mentioned Boyarinya by Lesya Ukrainka. And older generation, they do not read, but they are gathering together and singing Ukrainian folk songs. So these book clubs and books are very, very important also for those people who are under occupation. And also, although Russia has destroyed libraries and removed Ukrainian books, they are trying to find the books online and read. Just a small comment. And I would have a question actually based on my Facebook bubble. So there's two discussions I observed. First discussion, should writers write about the war now, when the war is still ongoing, or they have to wait a bit and just reconsider, rethink, and so on? And second question, another discussion I observed, can people who are not militaries write about the war if they were not active participant of the war? On your opinion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ludmila, and thank you for mentioning that book club. I also think that it is very fascinating how literature is this space of so-called safety for people. Concerning your questions, yes, I definitely think that writers should write, because we speak about freedom of expression and we speak about the reality in Ukraine where we still have liberal democracy, and that means that we have to protect this right. But at the same time, I believe that we need to have a thoughtful and profound discussion around the new texts that arise. And a good example for Ukrainian reading audience, it is the new novel by Sofia Andrukhovich, which is called Katananka, where she writes about the idea of post-war reality and post-war trauma that we will face after this war. Also, I think that we have to support Ukrainian writers, because I was surprised with the interview of Taras Prochasko, which he gave to Ukrainska Pravda, where he said that the best novels about Russian-Ukrainian war will be written by the Russians, because no one is saying the Russians what they should write or not. And also they have the conditions, because they are often in immigration, the best voices of theirs. So I think that we really need to support our writers as much as possible. But at the same time, there is a huge new conversation about the new ethics, like who is able to speak for who. And I think that history of literature answers to us, like we understand that people have to conduct good researches to speak about the trauma with people who faced the trauma. And probably we all need time, plenty of time, because when I ask myself when the best novels about the Second World War emerged, they in general didn't emerge right after the Second World War. It took sometimes decades. So that's like that, but I think we all have to support Ukrainian authors, especially who works in field of documentary. Like the good example is Mstislav Chernov and his 20 days in Mariupol, and right now 2,000 meters in Andriivka.
Question in the middle here. Okay, yeah.
Hello, Tetiana Perga, National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine and Technical University of Berlin. Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. I'm interested in children literature because you mentioned only about the quantity, but I'm interested in the quality of in assortment and maybe the question how to talk to children about the war. Thank you.
Thank you, Tatiana. When it comes to children's literature, I really follow very much the work of Tatiana Stus, who founded the platform of Barabuka. She writes about Ukrainian literature a lot. She resides in Kyiv and she works with kids. And also I know that she covers the new books about war issues that arise at Ukrainian book market. I really don't have enough competence to speak about children's literature, but I would also say that right now there is a huge demand to good children's literature. And probably the best example for Ukrainians or for people who know the market is the Ababa Halamaha Publishing House and the Old Lion Publishing House, Ranok Publishing House, because they also provide quality stories, but for good escapism and for education in Ukrainian language. But in general, Tatiana Stus is the best person to answer.
We have time for a final question here in the middle.
I'm not sure it's a question. My name is Alexandra Ivanyuk. I'm from Kyiv, but I've been living in Warsaw for many years, and I represent the University of Warsaw and mostly the Ukrainian House of Warsaw, where we actually host many Ukrainian writers. And I just wanted to bring up a very interesting case. Recently, Nobel Prize winner, Polish writer Olga Tokarczuk in Krakow encouraged foreign writers go to Ukraine, write about Ukraine, put Russia on hold and just discover Ukraine, just as you said. And we have a very interesting case in Poland because there is Szczepan Twardoch, who is very important and talented and brilliant Polish writer, and who is also a person who has been going to the front line in Ukraine, giving a lot of help, money to Ukrainian army, and of course, talking to the people. And he did write a novel, which is now very popular. It's called Nul, even in Polish, and it's in Ukraine. It still hasn't been translated, and I've heard from some insiders that there were very mystery stories with the buying of rights to translate the stories. And here, what we have, what he wrote, is a very cynical perspective on war. For Ukrainians. If you read it as a Ukrainian, you cannot prevent yourself from feeling that it's too much, that he doesn't have a right to write this way about Ukrainian war because he's not Ukrainian and he's not a soldier. But when you read it as a Polish, it's great because Poles don't read that much Ukrainian literature. It changes, there are much more literature translated, but still it's not as lovable, as loved as Russian literature, which they adore. And especially when you read it as a German writer or a French reader, it's great. It really helps Ukrainians because it gives the attention, it shows the perspective, it reminds about ongoing war and so on and so forth. So I just wanted maybe you to comment on that, and maybe you've heard if someone is translated. I know that Fabula bought rights to translate this, but I don't know if anyone is already doing this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would be very brief. And I just think that this case that you brought up is a very important one. And I, in general, like the work especially of Szczepan Twardoch. I have this book in Polish, but I haven't read it yet. But I also think that this is the question of the point of view. If you're a foreigner, even a very skilled foreign writer or foreign correspondent, of course you take the risk, but you can arrive to Ukraine to spend some time here and then go back to Ukraine. Because there is also another important example of recent literature. It is the new book of nonfiction by Jonathan Little, which was published together with this famous photographer, Agata. And I just think that we need to read these books as people from Ukraine or people who are involved in Ukrainian studies and to discuss them. Because also I need to say that many writers and many really best reporters risk to come here. And I know people who were culture reporters, but they came to Ukraine and they understood they want to go to the front line, they want to go to Slovyansk, they want to go to Kharkiv to see how life is going on there. So also they do a very good job because they help us as Ukrainians to show, to see us from different perspective, and that's why I'm really grateful for that. But definitely these cases should be researched.
Thank you so much, Bohdana. Now that the keynote is finished, it's my pleasure to welcome you to a coffee break outside. After the break, at 11:40, we will have 5 different parallel sessions. Please make sure to use the break to identify the room of the session that you want to attend and go there so that we can start on time. The parallel sessions will be followed by lunch. Also, this in the area outside the auditorium. Be aware that there are 2 areas here and a little bit further where you will find food and ability to talk to your colleagues. Make sure to look at your name tags where you will find more information about this. So, with all this information, great thank you to you, Bohdana, for your wonderful.
Thank you, Martin.
Welcome everyone to today's second keynote session. We are very happy and honored to have among us William Blacker, who is an associate professor of Ukrainian and East European culture at the UCL School of Slavonic and East European Studies and a translator of Ukrainian literature. He is the author of Memory, the City, and the Legacy of World War II in East Central Europe, co-author of Remembering Katyn, and co-editor of Memory and Theory in Eastern Europe. He has written on Ukraine for The Guardian, The Atlantic, Financial Times, Times Literary Supplement, and others. And his translations have appeared in The Guardian, in the White Review, Words Without Borders, and others. His translation of Mike Johansson's modernist classic, Dr. Leonardo's Journey to Sloboda, Switzerland, with his future lover, the beautiful Alcesta, is forthcoming at Harvard University Press. William is spending this academic year at Yale University, wherefore we are doubly grateful that he could make it all the way to Norway and Bergen. He is currently writing a book on Ukraine's rich, multilingual literary landscape in the 19th and 20th centuries, a topic that is also, I think, reflected in the title of today's keynote, Living on the Edge, Ukraine, Overcoming Empire and Cultural Entanglements. And as this morning, it will be possible to pose questions after the lecture. William, the podium is yours.
Thank you so much, Ingunn. Thank you, Martin. Thank you, everyone who's contributed to the organization of this amazing conference. Already this morning, I've learned so much and heard already 4 amazing presentations, including the wonderful keynote that Bohdana gave us this morning. Some of you may know that recently in Lviv, one of Ukraine's largest literary festivals took place, the Book Forum. And you might have seen, if you read The Guardian, a short article published, I think just yesterday or the day before, by the British poet Fiona Benson, who visited Lviv to take part in some events and to read some of her poetry and work on and present some projects that she's been doing based out of the University of Exeter with Ukrainian poets, Artur Dron, and others. And she wrote in her account of the forum, she described obviously this night which happened during the forum, which was the worst Russian attack on Lviv of the whole war. So they spent many hours in the bomb shelter that evening. So she had the full Ukrainian cultural experience. And she described the literary culture of Lviv as, I quote, inspired and robust. And she said it puts the UK's underfunded last gap scene to shame. And I was very interested to see this comparison that she made between literary culture in Ukraine and literary culture in the UK. And I was also noticed this word robust that she used because I had just written it in the last paragraph of this talk that I'm going to deliver. And certainly if you visit Ukraine today and you attend cultural events, you do have an impression of a culture, and specifically a literary culture, but not only, which is robust, which is going through a period of great vibrancy and great energy. It feels like a strong culture at the moment. And this is something I want to talk about in this lecture, is what makes a culture strong and what makes a culture weak, or what makes it appear strong or appear weak. These are questions, obviously, that those of us who study Ukraine have to consider when we're considering a country, a people, a culture which has, of course, for so long been engaged in a struggle for its own existence, been dominated by others, and yet continues to survive. And I want to focus on 2 things which I think are strengths of Ukrainian culture, but which are complicated strengths and come with certain ambiguities and complexities. The first of those is the ability to be resilient, and this word resilience is one that we hear very often when people speak about Ukrainian society and Ukrainian culture. And the second is the ability to accommodate multiplicity and diversity, and this relates to my current research project, as Ingun said. One of the canonical texts in Ukrainian studies, which any student of Ukrainian history or indeed of Ukraine reads, or if they don't, they should read it, is a 1995 article by the historian Mark von Hagen under the title, "Does Ukraine Have a History?" Be very familiar to some people in this room, I'm sure. In this article, von Hagen considers what he calls the supposed weaknesses of Ukraine's history, or Ukraine's sense of its own history, or of its historiography. The purpose of the article is not really so much to ask or answer this question, does Ukraine have a history? Mark von Hagen is quite clear that, of course, it has a history, but it's rather to think about what it means for a history to be strong or weak, for a history, what we might mean by that. And also look at the kind of epistemological landscape in which such a question is even possible. And it is a question that is, of course, asked. And it's asked in the context of Russia's war against Ukraine at the moment. During this war, but obviously for many decades and indeed centuries before it, Russia has consistently claimed that Ukraine does not have its own distinct history. It's a fake country, it's invented by Lenin as part of the USSR, or it's invented by the Austrians, or maybe the Poles, and just to spite Russia. Ukrainians in this narrative are simply misled or misinformed. Russians, their culture, their language, just subcategories of greater Russian culture and Russian language. Of course, these narratives are demonstrably false, they're fake, but the violence and the atrocities that they underpin are very real. And so we have to take these questions seriously. The question, does Ukraine have a history, or indeed does Ukraine have a culture, is both ridiculous on the one hand, but also of existential importance. In this article, Mark von Hagen writes the following: what has been perceived as the weakness of Ukrainian history or its defects when measured against the putative standards of West European states, such as France and Britain, ought to be turned into strength for a new historiography. Precisely the fluidity of frontiers, the permeability of cultures, the historic multi-ethnic society is what could make Ukrainian history a very modern field of inquiry. And he continues, Ukrainian history can serve as a wonderful vehicle to challenge the nation-state's conceptual hegemony and to explore some of the more contested issues of identity formation, cultural construction, maintenance, and colonial institutions and structures. I tend to agree with Mark von Hagen on all of these points, but I think there is also an assumption here that we could question. That is the idea that Ukrainians should be asked to somehow pass up the chance to consolidate, free of interference, a national narrative and jump straight into this more postmodern stage of celebrating multiplicity, fluidity, hybridity. Certainly in the 3 decades that have passed since this article was written, things have changed in some ways. Ukrainians in that space, Ukrainian historians, Ukrainian cultural scholars, and others have done much to negotiate and consolidate the view of their own history and their culture. This has often been a difficult process, a fractious process, a contested process, but then that's not necessarily a bad thing. Worse indeed would be if one version of Ukrainian history identity won out unquestioned over all the others, as is the case in certain neighboring states to Ukraine. A lot of work has been done over the decades to bring unknown areas of Ukraine's history and its culture to light, giving Ukrainians a better and more nuanced sense of themselves. We saw the example which Bohdana gave this morning of the republishing of Ukrainian classics in the last few years to that end. Of course, there are still parts of the past that remain arguably insufficiently worked through. Certain pages from the history of the Second World War, the Holocaust, questions of Ukrainian participation in violence against Poles, against Jews during the war, being obvious examples. But even here, a lot of progress has still been made. And Ukraine has managed to maintain a public sphere that is remarkably open, where debate is possible, even if it's not perfect. But considering the extreme circumstances of the war, it is quite notable how much room there is for debate and discussion on difficult topics. In regard to the way it sees its past and its history, I don't actually think Ukraine is particularly unique. I'm always skeptical when people speak about Ukraine discovering itself, being reborn after 1991 or sometime around 1991. Ukraine is very often described as being in search of its identity. Yes, of course, Ukraine has faced huge challenges to its existence, to its sense of itself, more severe than many other European nations, I think it's fair to say. But it does have a story. It has many stories, just like anywhere else, just like any other European country. And just like any other country, it's a place where discussions of the past, about culture, about identity, are complicated, they're lively, they're shifting. Sometimes they're bitter, sometimes controversial. They're not always very well informed, but that's kind of normal. And I would say listening to these conversations in Ukraine over the last few years has been a much more positive, constructive, and even optimistic experience than listening to similar debates in other parts of Europe. I think Ukraine can make the things that Mark van Hagen mentions its strengths, and I will return to them, but I want to focus on something which he doesn't mention, which I think is another very important strength, and perhaps missing from his article as an analysis of his history writing and historiography, because it's something that's carried more through culture rather than history writing. And that is this history of, or this culture of resistance and resilience, which I mentioned. It's not so much, I think, a case and a question of whether Ukraine has its own story, but rather of how this story has survived despite terrible odds. Ukraine has suffered many attacks on its culture, as those of us who were in one of the sessions just before this heard, related to the language in particular. Various forms of restrictions, repressions and prohibitions, and even outright acts of genocidal violence, starting from, arguably, it's hard to know when it starts, but let's say Peter I stifling of Ukrainian religious culture, through Tsarist edicts banning the Ukrainian language, down to the mass execution of Ukrainian intellectuals in the 1930s, and the murder of Ukrainian cultural figures in occupied territories today. The list is long. But against this background, Ukrainians have found ways to resist, to survive, to bring the oppressor down to size, often. And they've done it in a variety of different ways, from the subtle subversion of the text of Gogol down to the riotously funny postmodern novels of Yuri Androchovich. Ukrainians have used humor to undermine the imperial cultural narrative, asserting cultural difference and presence through mimicry, masks, and mockery. And sometimes an underestimated side of Ukrainian culture is just how funny it can be in that sense. Writers from Taras Shevchenko and Oksana Zabushko, maybe on the less funny side, have found ways of tearing down imperial idols, purging inferiority complexes, and providing usable myths of the past. Ukrainian women writers like Marko Vovchok, Lesya Ukrainka have found ways to intertwine the struggle against imperial violence with the struggle against patriarchal violence. And the likes of Lesya Ukrainka, Mykola Khvilievy, and Vasyl Stus have found ways to use artistic sophistication, high culture, and cosmopolitanism as tools of resistance against the deleterious and provincializing effects of imperial dominance. These are all models of resistance that have thrived in adversity and because of adversity in Ukraine. And they make Ukraine a fascinating case study in how a subjugated culture can fend off multiple types of imperial violence and emerge with a sense of itself, and also an array of cultural weapons and strategies that it can use in that struggle. This situation of colonial peripherality also, of course, as von Hagen notes, places Ukrainian culture in a tense and complex relationship with multiple other cultures that have existed in or intervened in the territories of today's Ukraine. To use the term familiar from post-colonial theory, Ukraine is an exemplary contact zone, a space of cultural confrontation and conflict, but also of dialogue and of mutual influence. Whereas where the imperial culture often bases interactions with the cultures in the contact zone on appropriation, on the creation of restrictive taxonomies, pigeonholing the cultures of the contact zone, creation of cultural hierarchies, control through study and museification, all things that we know, among other places, from Edward Said's writing on imperialism and Orientalism. The culture of the contact zone, by contrast, tends to exist in a much more live and multi-directional relationship with the culture of the metropole, or even with more than one imperial metropole, as is the case with Ukraine, and also with other cultures that converge in the contact zone, often fellow repressed cultures. And these relationships can be shaped, yes, by conflict and by competition, but also by mutual interaction, hybridization, and solidarity. And they're not deadened and hierarchized as they tend to be by the cultural center. In the case of Ukraine, besides the encounter with Russia, we of course have the encounter with the Islamic world and Turkic cultures through Crimea. We have the many multilingual forms of Jewish cultures, which has existed in Yiddish and Hebrew and Russian and Ukrainian and Polish and other languages on the territory of Ukraine. We have the interactions around the borders with Hungarian, Romanian, Moldovan, Czech, Slovak culture. We have Polish culture, we have German culture in Ukraine. And then, of course, we have historical minorities which have existed on the territory of Ukraine, often also as a result of centuries of imperial expansions of one kind or another. We have the Bulgarians, we have Greeks, we have Armenians, we have Roma, and others. It's a very, very complicated cultural landscape. And this has all left, obviously, a mark on Ukrainian culture. Ukrainians have, of course, used imperial languages for cultural purposes. I gave the example already of Gogol, but this is, in his case and in many other cases, is certainly not a case of someone simply switching away from the marginalized culture into the dominant culture. We have his early text in which the Russian readers are confronted with texts which are clearly very strongly inflected by the Ukrainian influence, not only in subject matter, but in the fabric of the language. The glossaries provided with Gogol's stories ease comprehension for the Russian reader, but they also, of course, remind that reader at every step that this is a foreign world that they are encountering. Take Ivan Franko, whose Ukrainian prose can contain snatches of Polish, of German, of Yiddish, of Hungarian even, and very often these other languages are not translated because Franko knows that his audience is multilingual. And he himself, of course, wrote in the German language. He wrote many, many hundreds of works, journalistic works in the Polish language, and was someone who existed across and between multiple cultural contexts. Similarly, Olha Kobylanska, someone raised between the German, Ukrainian, Polish, and Romanian languages, and wrote her works in German and Ukrainian, translating herself between the two. Someone shaped, a canonical figure in Ukrainian culture, who is shaped more by her proximity to Vienna than with links to Lviv or Kyiv. So Ukrainian writers have existed in multiple literary spaces. They've crossed back and forth between them, bringing the foreign to bear on Ukrainian culture, but also bringing a Ukrainian influence, like so many Kafkas in the famous thesis on minor literature, into major literary traditions. The Ukrainian contact zone is not, of course, always about other cultures leaving an impact on Ukrainian culture. There is, in fact, a tradition of non-Ukrainians coming into Ukrainian culture. We have the tradition of Jewish writing in Ukrainian, which begins in the 19th century, arguably reaching a peak in the 1920s with the work of poets like Raisa Troyanka, Leonid Pervomaisky, and others. And even the Russian-Ukrainian continuum goes in both directions. I already mentioned Markovovchuk. This is, of course, a writer of Russian origin who comes into Ukrainian culture and writes important texts about, among other things, the impact of serfdom on Ukrainian society in the Ukrainian language. And the Ukrainian contact zone also, I think, we should think about beyond just the more obviously Ukrainian dimensions. Within the territories of today's Ukraine, we can point to Jewish writers writing in multiple major languages, the likes of Bruno Schulz, Josef Roth, Isaac Babel, who represent a powerful strand of writers of a kind of minor literature who are entering from a base in Ukraine and very much informed by that Ukrainian context into, again, multiple major literary traditions. Bruno Schulz and Josef Roth, can we consider them Ukrainian writers or writers of Ukraine in some way? Certainly their works do not speak in obvious ways about Ukraine or Ukrainianness, but they still describe the history of today's Western Ukraine, the periphery of the Habsburg Empire as it's crumbling in ways that speak very powerfully, not only to Poles and Germans, but also to Ukrainians who live today in those territories. And indeed anyone concerned with how modernist culture rises just as the 20th century's empires collapse. And the Ukrainian province is an excellent place to both observe and also participate in this process. Similar cases in point are the most important German language poet of the late 20th century, Paul Celan, who comes from Chernivtsi, or perhaps arguably the most famous literary name from Ukraine in world literature, that's Joseph Conrad, born in Berdichev, but who lived most of his early life in Ukraine. These are both, again, writers whose works contain relatively scant trace of what we might think of as Ukraine or Ukrainianness, and yet without the Ukrainian context, it's difficult to imagine them becoming the writers that they became. Celan was shaped by his multilingual upbringing in Chernivtsi, a city that had 5 minority groups and no overall majority, a place that would pass from empire to nation state through the 20th century totalitarianisms in what was a quintessentially Ukrainian experience. Joseph Conrad hints at Ukraine in some of his works, but in his formation, that context is very, very important in his formation as a writer and as an individual. He's raised in the specific culture of the Polish gentry of the eastern borderlands, a family of nationalist activists who were brutally suppressed by the Tsarist regime. And he's shaped as a writer by reading the Ukrainian school of Polish Romanticism, writers like Słowatsky and Malczewski, and indeed named after a character from one of Adam Mickiewicz's works, Konrad Wallenrod. Would Conrad's ability to navigate the distant multicultural imperial borderlands in his prose be the same without that background? I don't think so. So these figures, I think, provide important bridges between diverse geographical and cultural contexts and Ukraine, important avenues of comparison and dialogue, and I think also a largely untapped cultural resource for cultural diplomacy for Ukraine. All of these things that I've been saying are, of course, somewhat easier to say from outside. It's easier to make certain recommendations when you're not in the middle of things. Turn your repressed culture, the history of repression of your culture, into a source of strength. Celebrate the richness and diversity that appeared in your lands, largely as a result of repeated invasions and colonizations. Are these things necessarily easy, and are they necessarily sources of strength? I think it's complicated. The fact that Ukrainian culture has been forced to base itself on resistance and resilience has been an ambiguous factor in the development of that culture. Can we say that it has perhaps held back Ukrainian culture in some ways, channeling it towards compromise in some cases, or towards a fight for survival instead of creative growth and expansion in others? Certainly, some Ukrainian intellectuals have thought precisely this. And it's a dilemma very familiar to many colonized cultures. Similarly, how fair is it to ask a culture that has been denied the space, as I already alluded to consolidate and institutionalize itself, its view of its history, of its culture, in the way that's taken for granted by Western cultures, to somehow pass over that stage, to forgo it, even deny its worth, and to focus instead immediately on multiplicity and hybridity. Perhaps the most presumptuous question that's asked in this context relates to Russian culture and to the apparent rejection and marginalization of the Russian language and Russian culture in Ukraine today. Particularly, I think, with regard to those cultural figures who belong to Russian culture but came from or lived in Ukraine, thinking of people like Bulgakov. In my experience, this is not infrequently the first question that a concerned Westerner might ask to a Ukrainian before they've even learned the name of any Ukrainian writer. It's difficult to put oneself in the shoes of someone whose culture is being attacked, whose home is being destroyed, in the name of Russifying Ukraine politically and culturally. I think we would do well to remember that in the West before we start asking about Bulgakov. Having said that, I don't think the Ukraine should, or indeed can afford to avoid complex cultural questions, even in wartime. And in this, I take the lead from many Ukrainians in my experience who are skeptical about the idea that certain topics are untimely during war. In fact, wartime can be a very good time to talk about difficult problems and make changes. I think Ukraine needs to and should have the space to consolidate culturally. By that, I mean it needs to invest effort and resources into its culture, and the state needs to do that, which for many, many years it did not do. Recently, that's changed. Cultural institutions need to be developed. Events, cultural promotion, education, all of these things, the kind of things that we see in the work of Bohdana and Neborak and many other very energetic and active Ukrainian journalists, writers, intellectuals, managers. In that process, I don't think Ukraine should be ashamed of nor shamed for putting a national narrative first. By the same token, I don't think that that process has to deny diversity or post-colonial complexities. In fact, the two things can be done at the same time. And I'm not the first to discover this. Many Ukrainian writers are doing precisely that. Take, for example, a novel which was already mentioned this morning, Tanya Malyarchuk's Forgottenness, written a few years ago, but only recently translated into English with a modest degree of success. This is a novel about a Pole, Vyacheslav Lipinski, a real person who decides to become an activist on behalf of Ukraine in the early 20th century. It's a novel about fluidity of identity. It's about nationality as a civic idea rather than a genetic given. It's also a novel which is about human weakness and failures and about the unreliable workings of individual and collective memory. Similarly, another novel which was mentioned this morning, Sofia Andruchowicz's Amadoka, a very brave treatment of the history of 20th century Ukraine, which looks at the Holocaust, it looks at Stalinist repressions, while also reflecting on the current war, drawing a very complex picture of the interaction of the past and the present, which takes into account not only ethnic Ukrainians, but all those who have lived in the territory of Ukraine. And a final example I would point to is a novel written by Victoria Amelina, also who we spoke about this morning, a writer who was killed in a Russian missile strike in 2023. Her novel, Dim dla Doma, translated as Dom's Dream Kingdom, I believe in the process of being translated, which is about a pet dog who tells the complicated story of a family from Lviv, a story that intertwines with the difficult and dark pages of the Second World War in ways that are not necessarily comfortable for that family, and in ways that I think many people in that city and in Ukraine can identify with. So these are just 3 examples of the way in which these complexities are very much at the heart of some of the most important Ukrainian literary works today. Beyond the work of these writers, we see a lot of cultural activity in Ukraine dedicated precisely to an interest in its complex multicultural past. There are initiatives to translate Crimean Tatar authors into Ukrainian, something that's not been done enough in the past, but is being done on a fairly large scale at the moment. Translations of some Yiddish authors from Ukraine, such as those of the writings of Deborah Vogel, avant-garde poet, philosopher from Lviv, another writer who worked across multiple languages and translated herself between languages. Translations of her work have existed in Ukrainian far longer than they have in English, and indeed some of the best translations of her work into English are by a Ukrainian, Anastasia Lyubas. There are also, as far as I know, more translations of Bruno Schulz in Ukrainian than there are in English, I mean by different translators, possibly in any other language, but someone may correct me. And we have seen in recent decades cultural festivals and events dedicated to the likes of Schulz, Celan, Stanisław Lem, and other non-Ukrainian figures who come from the territory of Ukraine. We see similar phenomena in the building of monuments, naming of streets, and so on. These are, of course, relatively marginal cultural phenomena. They're perhaps not in the mainstream of cultural discourse in Ukraine, but I think they are certainly noticeable and they're certainly significant as seeds which can bring about future change. Of course, the big question, the big elephant in the room is Russian culture, of course, which remains a different issue and a difficult issue. It's different to the others in the sense that Russian culture and Russian language, of course, has not been underrepresented or unknown in Ukraine, as in the case of, let's say, Yiddish language culture or Crimean language culture. Quite the opposite. It's been rather overrepresented. It was not long ago that Ukrainian governments under Yanukovych were rather aggressively pushing Ukrainian language and culture onto Ukrainian society through among other things, through cultural policy and educational policy. And it's not that long ago that walking into a bookshop in Kiev, you would find many more books in the Russian language than you would in the Ukrainian language. Thankfully, things are different today. If we take the case of, for example, Bulgakov, it's hard to imagine, it's hard to name a Ukrainian writer who has enjoyed the prominence and celebration in the context of Kiev that that writer has enjoyed. So this is a story too that is far from straightforward and is far from the image that people who've come to Ukraine only having seen news stories about the current reaction to Russian language and culture in Ukraine might imagine. For better or worse, it is in many ways a story of the extreme tolerance on behalf of Ukrainians for the legacy of imperial cultural domination. The reaction that we see now, it's a result of both the war, but also of centuries of having this culture imposed, often violently on Ukrainian society. And what to do with this is one of many very difficult choices that is not something Ukrainian society wants to face, but is forced to face due to the war. So whether these kind of complexities, the legacies of colonial violence and imperial cultural policies, and by that I mean a cultural history built on resistance, a historic ability to navigate across and between multiple cultures, whether these things can be and are strengths or can be in some ways weaknesses is an open question. In many ways, it's both, and this is a matter of choice and negotiation for Ukrainian society. Ukraine's public sphere, its cultural sphere, of course, far from perfect, is, I think, as Fiona Benson described it, robust, and it's open, even in, and in many ways possibly because of, the extreme circumstances created by the war. Ukrainian society can and is facing up to these challenges. It's not afraid to leave itself open to the other, but it's also not afraid to confront the other when the other is a source of violence and destruction. And I think, if nothing else, that lack of fear and that willingness to confront present threats and imperial legacy is a source of strength and robustness. However, I would end with one big however. While Ukrainian culture is, I think, robust, it's strong, we should not be deceived by the inspiring appearance. It is precarious, it is fragile. There are many problems with cultural production, there are many challenges with the promotion of culture in Ukraine. We saw the images of the bombed out book factory in Kharkiv. We heard about the problems with the book market caused by mass immigration due to war refugees leaving. Ukrainian culture, like many other things in Ukraine, is held up and fueled to a large extent by civil society, by people organizing themselves. Of course, the state has done much in recent years after 2014, but still, Ukraine is a place where people themselves tend to step in where the state does not or cannot. And those questions of funding, we also heard how funding for culture and the arts was cut in the early stages of war. The war is still on and it remains, as I said, precarious. And so they need help and support from abroad. In the Chitomo article, which Bohdana mentioned, I read that some European book fairs have stopped providing free participation for Ukrainian publishers, for example. After so many years, how long can we keep this up? Obviously, we know about the effect of the cuts of US aid on cultural projects in Ukraine, very important and valuable cultural projects struggling with finances due to that lack of support. We do have to think about the problem of Ukraine, so-called Ukraine fatigue, one of my least favorite phrases. So of course Ukrainian culture is inspiring and it's robust. It's inspiring in the way that it resists, in its resilience. It's inspiring in the way that it is engaged in and responds to multiplicity and diversity. But it needs our help and our continued support in order to keep doing so. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We now have time for questions and comments. And as this morning, please wait for the microphone to come to you and to present yourself for posing your question. Please.
My name is Alexandra Ivanyuk. Thank you so much for an amazing speech. It was very, very inspiring. However, I wanted to ask about colonialism and lenses that we use towards Ukraine, especially in the Western discourse, where colonialism is very strongly associated with other parts of the world. And for us in Ukraine, everything is obvious, but when we step out from our comfort zone and go and speak to the scholars, it turns out that it's super hard to justify the colonialism lenses and using this terminology, despite of everything Mykola Repchuk wrote about Eva Thompson, and after so many work has been done in this regard. I wanted to ask whether you see the positive dynamics in this regard, and what arguments do you use yourself when you talk about this somewhere where it's not obvious? Thank you so much.
Yeah, this is a very important question. And something that I've been thinking a lot about. I wrote an article recently for Eurozine about this, so if you have a look, Google Eurozine and Google my name, you'll come up with my full answer to this question, I guess. But yeah, it's surprising how self-critical somewhere like in the UK, there's a great culture of self-criticism about the history of imperialism, about the transatlantic slave trade, about how British culture has been implicated in and built on these practices, on colonial violence. I think in many ways a necessary and healthy process for British society, but it's very, these processes in Western Europe, they're also, paradoxically, they're extremely Eurocentric, and Western Eurocentric, I should say. We don't understand how complicated the processes of colonialism and imperialism in the 18th century, the 19th century were, beyond our own specific case. You know, and I think I can speak less about conversations in the US because I don't understand it and I'm not there, but I have been spending some time there recently, and I think, again, it's very much, the way they think about those things is very much shaped by their own experience and by their own contemporary politics. And Russia is just not, doesn't feature on that map. I mean, why not? Because we think that imperialism and colonialism can only be done in the way that we did it, which is by sending ships across the ocean to distant places and exploiting those places somewhere far away. You don't do it to your neighbors necessarily. You know, the British didn't do it, you know, to France. They did do it to Ireland, but that's a way in. That's actually a way to talk to a British audience about this. You know, think about Ukraine in the way that we should think about Ireland. I think from what I've heard from people who've been to Ireland, the Irish kind of understand that to an extent, but not always. So it's difficult, but I think the people who have to do this are the people who are thinking about studying, and some of them still promoting Russian culture in the West. And I can see that some people are willing to do that, willing to take that self-critical approach. You know, I think there are some people in this room who come from Russian studies background and who have thought very hard about the way they approach that culture, and they've thought about how to speak about Ukraine, how to speak about Russian colonialism, but it's something which is relatively rare. I've been asking myself why it's rare. I think it's a complicated question. It's to do with professional identity. It's to do with anxieties over very banal institutional factors. People start worrying about the funding of their jobs, their departments, their courses, if they're going to start deconstructing them and challenging them, and then, you know, this horrible word that keeps being used, cancelling. And I think there's also a just kind of sense of helplessness along a lot of people. You know, I see people who've been happily writing about Russia, thinking about Russia, teaching Russia for many decades, and then suddenly this horrific challenge comes along and they just don't know what to do. They just don't know what to do, and they do nothing. And that's also, you know, I think a lot of dimensions of this are quite kind of undramatic and banal, but there they are. And there's also a big problem of institutions, and the way that academic institutions think about what they teach is obviously, it's based on commercial factors increasingly. I mean, I don't know about Norwegian case, but certainly in the UK, it's all about getting more students in, paying more money. The more students, the more money. And still we have generations of young people who really want to write their essays and their MA theses and their PhD theses about Dostoevsky, because we don't have enough PhDs about Dostoevsky. And that's something which is difficult to change, and it's not just about academia. It's also about schools, it's about public education, and it's about the kind of things that we were talking about again this morning. It's about translations, it's about cultural diplomacy, it's about, you know, Ukraine, you know, this translation prize, which Bohdana spoke about, very, very important, you know, putting the home state for a language, for a literature, is very often the catalyst for translations coming into existence. If you look at it, translated literature does not make money. But if a government is willing to put grants into it for publishers, that covers costs. It goes into the budget of those publishers. It makes sense for them to do that. That's why, for example, Norwegian literature is very popular in translation, and I think there's good state support for it, as far as I know. Maybe someone will tell me that's not true. But I could see a few years ago I had the chance to, I was lucky enough to be a judge on the International Booker Prize, and I could see that Scandinavian countries are very well represented. And, you can see which countries are investing in their cultures. So it's a very complicated, this is the boring answer, it's a very complicated and multi-factored problem. Yeah.
Thank you.
Other way.
My name is Shama Shahadat. I'm a professor of Slavic literatures at the University of Tübingen in Germany. And you said one sentence, you said, you think that Ukraine should not be ashamed to put the national narrative first. And it made me think of all the other countries at the moment who have to put the national narrative first. I had a colleague from Georgia talking to my seminar, to my students in my seminar on world literature, about Georgian literature. And then she asked my students, she said, nationalism is something bad in Germany, isn't it? But in Georgia it's good because it's against the Russian, it helps us against the Russian aggressor. So I thought that was interesting because it's a completely different understanding of nationalism. And also, if you look around, I mean, we have Belarus, we have Ukraine, we have Georgia, who are all fighting these oppressions. And I was wondering, maybe these small nations, and I use the word small nation in the way that Tanya Malyarchuk and Kundera use it, that they say a small nation is a nation that can disappear any time. Maybe these small nations should work together much more, because in Germany, for example, Belarus and Ukraine don't have so many contacts, even though they're fighting the same battle. I don't know. So I just thought to think about nationalism in a very differentiated way. It's not always something bad. For many countries, it's a method to survive.
Yeah, exactly, and I agree. You know, if it's the way that we in Western Europe think about nationalism, of course, it's defined by the experience of the 20th century and extreme right-wing nationalism, and by the Second World War, and by Nazism, and all of those things. And again, this is the point of view of the post-imperial nations, who have never had to use their national identity or their national language as a kind of shield to protect themselves against imperial violence. We haven't had that experience, so we don't understand it. That these things are more complicated. And I think, you know, nationalism, like many other ideas, it can take different forms. It can be filled with different types of content. You know, it can be aggressive and exclusionary, but it can be based rather on civic values, and it can be based on the protection of a certain coherently defined state and society, which shares a certain sense of itself and certain values. You know, for me, I always think about two examples in this. One is obviously Ukraine, where obviously in Ukraine there are different types of nationalism, but a very, I would say, perhaps dominant, or at least important, is the kind of civic nationalism we saw come out of the Maidan, which is much more about protecting human rights. It's about democracy. It's about building a successful society free of corruption and these kind of things. It's not about ethnicity. It's pro-European. You know, it's depending which issue you talk about, it's kind of more or less progressive. And I also think about where I come from. You know, Scottish nationalism. If you think the Scottish, everyone knows about UK politics, the Scottish National Party is probably the most progressive party in the UK, apart from the Green Party, I would say. You know, on many issues like pro-immigration, pro-Europe, pro-green agenda, all of these things, but still has a nationalist agenda in that it wants to build an independent nation state that's based on some kind of sense of common identity and historical experience. So I think these things are possible, and I think the challenge is to persuade people in places like London and Berlin and Paris that these things are possible, and that, you know, the way we've been thinking about this for the last few decades has been a little bit simplistic, but of course that's difficult because it's precisely in, in France that we see and in Germany, in the UK as well, with the rise of the Reform Party, and the Alternative for Deutschland and these kind of parties, we see that spectre of that bad nationalism coming back, and that's kind of I suppose blinding them to any other understandings of nationalism. So yeah, it's difficult. Belarusian case is very complicated, of course, because in some ways, yes, fighting the same fight, but on the state level, Belarus is, of course, fighting the same fight as Russia. So it's an extremely fraught situation, I think.
Well, thank you so much for a very deep and thought-provoking talk today. I have a question in connection with your two strengths of Ukrainian literature, where the first one was resistance. Well, I spent several weeks in Lviv in early September, and I had a chance to meet my colleagues, Ukrainian writers, poets in Lviv. And many of them repeated the sentence in very sincere conversations that we are tired to resist. And it made me think about fragility and resilience as not opposite concepts. That fragility can be a form of resilience, right? That sometimes we mask fragility with resilience. And perhaps fragility gives us the ability to empathize, to have this very avant-garde, novel, creative expression. And I think that was also the fate of the Ukrainian literature throughout the 19th and 20th century, that we were also very fragile. So have you ever thought about this other dimension of fragility, not necessarily resilience and resistance? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point. And it's what do we mean by resistance? What do we mean by resilience? What do we mean by strength? Is strength just like, do we equate strength with power and size and weight and these kind of things? Or is strength the ability to be fragile or be vulnerable? To speak in honest ways about fear and about uncertainty. And I think those are the things that actually make Ukrainian wartime literature really strong. And I think the poetry especially, also the documentary literature, the reportage, but especially the poetry that's been written in Ukraine today is something very important on the cultural map of the world, because it's really, really remarkable in its depth and its power, and it's very, very vulnerable poetry. It's very, it's not afraid to talk about being afraid, and that itself is a kind of strength. And what is also very remarkable, and I think this is what gives this impression of, inspiringness that Fiona Benson has noticed, and I've certainly felt it when I've visited, Knyžkový Arsenal or the book forum in Lviv, is that literature also has this function of a kind of math-like therapy session, almost. You go to like a literary event, and yeah, it's an event where people are interested in talking about literature and how things are written and speaking to the writer. Talking about their influences, literary techniques, whatever, but it's also because people are sharing the same horrific experience. And the texts give a focus, give a way of a point of focus for those feelings and those conversations to happen. And it's quite a remarkable thing to witness. And that is about being honest, about just being tired, being exhausted, being afraid, all of these things. Yeah. So I agree with you.
There seems to be no further questions. Then I would like to thank William once more so much. And before you give him a last round of applause, just one practical issue. There is another parallel section now. And then there are a few hours of kind of break, and we meet again for dinner. And the dinner is served one floor up in this building. It's the canteen, in case you have noticed. Please be there at 7 o'clock. We have prepared a small surprise for you, so please come on time. But one more parallel session before you are free, and then to come back for dinner. Thank you so much once more, William.
a panel on shifting political landscape this afternoon with 3 speakers and 3 very interesting papers. The panel will be as such that we have 20 minutes for each speaker and then 10 minutes of your questions, your comments, discussion immediately afterwards before we will proceed to the next speaker. And we will start the panel with a talk by Dr. Oleksandra Ivanyuk, who is from the University of Warsaw, and she is a social scientist, a journalist, and a writer, so she has also written a novel. And she's also the founder of the literary club at the Ukrainian House in Warsaw, where she aims to create a platform of dialogue between Poles and Ukrainians. Her academic interests are twofold. So on the one hand, she's interested in political elites in Ukraine, and on the other hand, in Ukrainian literature. And her regional focus centers on Central and Eastern Europe, with a particular emphasis on post-socialist countries, and in particular on Ukraine. Today, she will talk about war as a cultural watershed, cultural transformation of political elites in Ukraine. Welcome, and the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would just like to add that I'm actually Ukrainian myself, coming from Kiev. It's just I've been living in Poland for 15 years, which makes me represent the University of Warsaw, but my heart represents Kyiv-Mohyla Academy, of course. So today I'm honored and happy to be here and talking about political elites in Ukraine. We've talked about, just recently, we've talked about republished classics. And I wanted to start by a republished book by the second Ukrainian president, Leonid Kuchma, Ukraine is Not Russia. First, this book appeared in 2003. 2 years ago, he decided to republish it, to update it. And this time he said, 20 years ago, I wrote that book for the Russians. Now I do not try to explain anything to the strangers. I write this book for Ukrainians. And Kuchma himself is a very interesting case because he was the one who actually was responsible for crystallizing oligarchy in Ukraine. He himself represents post-Soviet political class, director of the, coming from Dnipro region, which was a very strong core for cadres for the Soviet Union, with the education of engineers. And when I started my research on elites, it was many, many years ago. I was myself having an internship in the Ukrainian parliament, and I realized that this space of the parliament has not been really researched so well. We have institutional focus. We have, especially since the war of 2014 and 2022, we have international security focus, but we talk much less about cultural, symbolic capitals. And this is exactly what I have been doing for many, many years. I've been researching Ukrainian political field, in particular Ukrainian parliament, trying to see epistemic habits, trying to see how people feel there, what their motivation is, what their path towards where they found themselves is, how they are educated. And I mentioned Kuchma's engineering background. This was very often case for post-Soviet political elites, because in Soviet time, engineering and technical education was very important, and people were making fun of those who have humanities in their backgrounds or social scientists. And it turned out that this shaped this background, educational background, cultural capital, as Bourdieu would put, shaped the view world. And the view world were very, very surprisingly, I would say. For instance, an acting president after Yanukovych fled the country in 2014, Turchinov, I wasn't lazy, I read his books because he's also a writer. And there's a conspiracy thinking. real conspiracy thinking behind this. And then when I came to the parliament, I was coming many times speaking to different people. It turned out that conspiracy thinking was a very big part of how deputies and their assistants saw the world. I found it incredibly interesting, and the lack of critical thinking as well. When Polish president came to the Ukrainian parliament many years ago, and the same day there was a very scandalous a law passed, just the moment he entered the parliament, many deputies didn't even see the connection between these things. And this was amazing, their knowledge on history, their knowledge on social sciences. So I was, and still am, trying to find the questions to the answers of how the war reshapes Ukraine's political field. We have a different kind of capital since the war started in 2014, and different things that make legitimacy. We go to the alignment with Ukrainian language, we distance ourselves from Moscow Patriarchate, of course, from Russian-like lifestyles, like going to Dubai and partying in Moscow. We move to much more modest, at least something we show. We go to much more modest way of living. We promote Ukrainian language as the First Lady, Ukrainian language in museums around the world. This is all capitals, symbolic cultural capitals that help actors gain legitimacy and compete in the political field. We have this rupture in 2014, symbolic rupture, when there was a first insight, and many elites for whom Russia hadn't been a threat before, finally kind of woke up. And the processes that we started doing in Ukraine, and political elites also facilitated in the first place, lead in this process, like decommunization. It was made in a certain particular way, very interesting way, by the way, sorry for that, but it was a very big step, not only for decommunization of Ukraine, but of decommunization themselves, the MPs, the institutions. But of course, we know that habitus, meaning the durable, routinized perceptions and habits, they don't change as quickly as we can pass laws or we can announce the change. It comes much slower. And there is a certain tension between the reformation, the change, and the epistemic habitus, the habits, the predispositions, the way we used to look at the world. So there was, of course, existential break in 2022. Things changed much more radically than they did in 2014, and those who still had advocating the same thing that Leonid Kuchma mentioned. Leonid Kuchma had been advocating in his years that we should stay friendly with Russia, but also have this multi-vector policy. Even those people who, from the Party of Regions, moved to the so-called opposition bloc for life, like Boyko, very scandalous, corrupted politician who still is active and still is in politics, and he's doing great, by the way. But we need many people. We need kind of to build a house. You cannot only use marmor or gold. You have to have different kinds of people, and such politicians, they also are very needed, so that we could kind of reunite the country and speak to everyone, not only to those who share our views. So this symbolic distancing was present even in Boyko's speech, where he said that from now on, Russia is definitely an enemy, and we have to distance ourselves from it. And the new legitimacy markers that we can talk about. War service is very important as a capital, as a symbolic capital. Ukrainian language now is a marker of alignment with Ukrainian patriotic values, and it's a symbol of and political position. Religiousness. You wouldn't believe, but in the parliament before 2014 war, there was a chapel that was actually by Moscow Patriarchate. Many parliamentarians who are very superstitious, by the way, that's another different topic which I was researching for my PhD. Not only they're superstitious and they buying this all icons and stuff and financing churches trying to gain some credits, but they also massively approach fortune tellers, extrasens, all this kind of stuff. There's plenty of very interesting videos that you can approach, and also, thank God, I had access to some people who would share these stories, and it was absolutely fascinating. And of course, delegitimization of pro-Russian actor, like ban on this so-called opposition bloc for life. It's like a ridiculous also and misleading title of this party. Civilizational capital replaces Soviet-era symbolic capital. What is civilizational capital? That's a little bit of extension of Pierre Bourdieu's concept of symbolic and cultural capital, where we talk about where we belong, where is our place. And identification with European civilization in this regard is a civilizational capital. So it's not like in Kuchma's time that we are one step is here, one step is there, despite of what he wrote in this book, Ukraine is not Russia. But now we are European. Europe is not a direction, it is who we are, says one of my respondents. I already mentioned about language, how Ukrainian is aligned with loyalty and resistance and virtue, and Russia as a moral ambiguity. And also this quote that I would like to share you with. It's not just about policy. It's about how you were raised. I never learned to look at Moscow as a big brother. I learned to distrust it. Me and my parents were at Maidan. That's my starting point. And that was the young politician, because many assistants whom I interviewed, when they were assistants, they actually, because it's one of the paths how you become an MP, first you're assistant, and then you can also find your way to the parliament. And this young generation, that's how I also could access them. They actually share this view. Religious capital and conspiracy thinking. I spent so much time on this, and now I don't have much time to share my results. But of course, that was a very big deal, this ban on Moscow-linked religious organizations and the religious capital reconfigured. And also, I clearly see the shift from conspiracy thinking and lack of critical thinking to checking, verifying information many times. When I came to parliament before the full-scale invasion, very often I found a contact to some MP, and then they were saying, and for whom are you working? You're a spy. Definitely you're a spy. And when I was writing for Politica, Polish magazine back then, and I was sending them an article saying, look, I quote you, I'm a journalist and a researcher. And they were saying, tell your boss, like, tell your boss, meaning my imagined CIA maybe, or I don't know what boss, that he knows that I'm working for some. So this was very, very often. Now we have seen certain change. A few quotes from my interviews with the MPs. Partying in Moscow is nothing like in Kiev due to the scale of the event, level of organization, luxury, and vigor. Even after the war started in 2014, we still had plenty of people not perceiving Russia as a threat. And even people who, like in this case, it's a wife of a local MP. I used my personal, observations, let's say, and I just heard her saying this and realized that still the scale of luxury in Moscow, when it comes to the parties and other events, seems to our politicians like a trendsetter. They used to, and this appeared many times in my interviews, they used to look at the way, at the lifestyle, at this, going to the south of France, having a yacht, buying a football club, the designers, the brands, the bags, the name it, yes, the level of luxury. And for many, many years, basically before the war, Russia was a trendsetter for political elites, and then it started changing. Now there is one interesting quote: "You can't wear Russian designers or travel to Dubai like before. People watch. Even your Instagram can damage your political capital." So we can already see that even for those, I told you, I started from this fact that habitus changes much slower than institutional system, than the rules of the game, and you still want these things, you might still want to show off, but you cannot. And at least this is another level, this is a step further, so at least now there is a very concrete and real understanding that we cannot do this anymore, even if we want to. So I would finish with this conclusion that persistent epistemic and habitus-based inertia overlaps with the desire to change. And very often we can actually, we feel terrible because of what we see, because of how MPs behave, what laws they pass. And I think Yaroslav Hrytsak the other day said that he's shocked that Ukrainians only talk about corruption like it's the worst thing that has ever happened to Ukraine, while corruption is just a symptom of a different disease, of the whole mechanism going wrong. It's just a symptom, it's not the real problem. And reform travels faster than habitus, and symbolic rupture outspaces social reconciliation. So we have to be patient in this regard. We have to push, but we have to be also realistic, because I see that when you, many people think that it's like Zelensky with this movie. He thought that once he becomes a president, he changes things overnight. And he was, it's not a surprise, he was a terrible president before the full-scale aggression. Now he's doing a good job, but still, you might, I mean, be also very critical about him, and you should be very critical about him. Change doesn't come that fast, even if we are forced to move as fast as possible. Thank you very much, and I hope you have questions I could answer to.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation and for keeping the time. Is there any question or comment from the audience? Yes, please.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I would have one question. So, as far as I understood, you've been conducting interviews with MPs. Could you please tell us a bit more about how many respondents do you have, from which political parties, if these MPs were in parliament before and now, like a bit more about your respondents? Thank you.
Thank you, great question. It was, when I started my PhD research, it was 2011. So I just started looking for anyone I could find. Mostly, first, there were personal assistants to the deputies, and then after many interviews with them, when I kind of had this map in my head, how it works on everyday ground, because I was asking them all this kind of question, like how much work you have, how much are you paid by the pocket of your boss, or it's from this amount of money that is devoted to this kind of services, how long do you work, does your boss listen to you, does he take into account your opinions, and so on and so forth. And then on the second, so I had like 50 more or less interviews like this. Then I had 10 interviews with MP, and I was trying to reach people from different, of course, affiliation. And just a fun fact, when I was talking to these assistants, you know, the whole process is very fragile, actually, because, I mean, I was always approaching someone because I know someone, so these people could trust me that I never record, I always make notes, and so on and so forth. And sometimes I spent like hours with them, sitting in cafes and listening to their life stories, and it was probably the first time someone wanted to know what is their life and work look like. And there were so many amazing stories that I realized I cannot just put them aside. Of course, I cannot write about them in my PhD, so I wrote about them in my novels, trying to show these experiences, because like there was this one anecdote when the girl who was from Volhynia region, she was really wanted to, she moved to Kiev, she went to, I think, Kiev Mohila Academy, and and then she started her PhD on European integration, and that it was Yanukovych time, when it seemed like everything is, European integration is never gonna, be the real topic, only the replacement topic. And then on her chair at the university, there was a call from the Party of Region deputy who was looking someone, because he actually was in the Committee on European Integration, so he needed someone who knows something about European integration. That's how she got her job. And when she came to the job interview, the only question that he asked her was, is it okay that I speak Russian and that I'm from Donetsk? That was like the only question. And she said yes, but then she was turned out of terrible, terrible, consciousness and doubts, and she decided to make him put a lot of money into charity, so that in this way she could also, find this balance. The second round was that I finally found certain MPs who were ready to talk to me anonymously, also without recording, and so on and so forth. And there were Party of Regions, there were Nasha Ukraina, Front Zmin, Solidarity, Golos, Servant of the People, of course. I interviewed them before they came to power, and also afterwards. It was also a very interesting experience of how people believe in the fact that if you don't have any experience and knowledge, you can be successful. So there were many, many these levels. And then even after my defense, and I defended my PhD in 2019, and then published this research in Polish as a monography. The cover of the book that I showed you, this is something that I'm now publishing in, I think, at the beginning of the next year. I just simply couldn't stop. And every time I was coming to Kiev, I was going to the parliament and looking for people to talk to me, even if I didn't need this material right away. So I was using it and using every opportunity. So my friends know that Sasha's in the city. We have to arrange the interviews. So for now, I have conducted really a lot of interviews, and even 2 weeks ago, or 3 weeks ago, I was super happy because assistant of the chair of the parliament came to Warsaw, and I made an interview with her, also trying to see how the parliament reacts to what goes on the everyday basis and how their life looks like, and it was very insightful. So I definitely covered all the political affiliations, and I keep, gathering this material and keep publishing new stuff on this.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Sasha, for your interesting presentation. My name is Olga Wozniuk. I'm presenting the Czech Academy of Sciences. As you mentioned that you are still continuing that research, do you see the shift of the inner culture of the MPs and the supporters and workers there? And can you mention 3 more significant changes that happened since the abrupt of the full-scale invasion?
Thank you so much, Olga, for super interesting question. Yes, I have definitely seen the shift. I've mentioned this about how they approach information, for instance. There's much more critical thinking and also linkages between the things. There is this very strong feeling of Europeanness that hadn't been the case when I was doing my first round. Like, there was normally phrases like, today you're in the Party of Regions, tomorrow you're in Yulia Tymoshenko bloc. It's not really about what you believe in. Now it is clearly over, and now it's time, that was already, I think it was someone previously, a keynote speaker, it's time to decide. It's time to decide, and it means something this time, because before yesterday, I had the interview with one person who knows who is in the circle of Ukrainian oligarchs. And then I said, but this guy, he's pro-Ukrainian, but he used to be in the Party of Region. And he says, Sasha, you know how it works. It's not about what you believe in. It's about the niche. If there is a free space in the niche, and I got this a lot, actually. I got a lot of comments like this. So it's over. Now you have to declare, even Boyka felt the need to declare publicly on Deutsche Welle his position. From now on, I'm on this side. So this has definitely changed. Information, they are much more careful. so they don't show off. They actually watch their, before, it was a time to show off. All these brands and bags and fur and whatever, and all these pictures on their vacation. Now a few people lost their jobs because of what their wives published on Instagram, saying that instead of going abroad for a business trip, it turned out that they went to some islands to have a retreat, and so on and so forth. So now they are much more careful. It's really harder to reach to them, of course, obviously. Now every time I am able to reach anyone, I'm super happy. Even if it's an assistant of an assistant of an assistant, it's like now it's so much more. They are also they watch their language, they choose every word, so it changed a lot. They became much more modest, and they don't, they don't try to impress you. They only try to, even the chair of the parliament, Stefanchuk, he goes in one clothes every day. So this is something, well, it's the whole new topic, like with Zelensky diplomacy, which was super successful, of this style, if it comes to clothes. Education is very valuable, and languages is very valuable right now. If the servants of the people came to the parliament with a message that we will succeed because we hadn't never been there, and because we don't have these habits and corruption practices and networks that makes Ukrainian politics one big corruption scene, we can succeed. It failed. They didn't succeed. So now education is very important, and there are multiple workshops organized on very different levels of parliament, which had never been the case before the full-scale invasion, to make people learn English, or to improve their English rather, to communication skills, presentation skills, because they go abroad and they have to present Ukraine in an appropriate way. So we can now see a very different picture of a Ukrainian, let's say, average Ukrainian MP than we had before the full-scale aggression. I'll maybe stop here because I kind of sense that our time is...
Yes, thank you so much, Alexandra, for a very insightful talk, and also very good questions, and probably we can discuss further during the dinner tonight.
Sure.
With this, I would like to introduce the second speaker on our panel, Andrew Wilson, who is professor in Ukrainian studies at University College London, and also a senior policy fellow at the European Council on Foreign Relations. He specializes in East European politics, comparative politics, on democratization in the post-Soviet states, and political technology. He has published several books, and some of them in several editions, as we've already discussed earlier today, including The Ukrainians, Unexpected Nations, and Ukraine Crisis, What the West Needs to Know. Today he will present his work on Ukraine, Declining Domestic Political Technology, Russian Political Warfare. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay, so my talk overlaps a lot with Alexandra's, although using slightly different topics and concepts. This is a book that I wrote in 2023 called Political Technology, the Globalization of Political Manipulation. So it's about two things. Political technology, I decided to use a phrase very familiar in Russia and Ukraine. But then the second part of the book is about globalization, about how many things that we have different labels for in the West, spin or political consulting, are actually now subtypes of political technology too. And this is my definition. The cartoon shows political technologies, a formidable array of instruments for, quote, the supply side engineering of the political system for partisan advantage. So it means engineering of politics. Now, this book came out in 2023, so it did actually cover some potential implications for both Ukraine and Russia of the full-scale invasion. But a lot has happened since then. So my paper is about what has happened since. And fits in with all sorts of other literatures about Ukraine and East European politics in general. Henry Hale, Magyar Madlevich, Lucan Way, Mikhail Minakov, Alyona Ledeneva, and others, who've written a lot about patronal politics and about informal practices. But the missing element is political technology as a technique, and its primary purpose, and this is a kind of an underlying theme in the project with Gear over there, is the same in Ukraine and Russia, and it's maintaining the post-Soviet limited access order. So policing access to politics, making sure that politics is a closed system of self-reproduction, and preventing outsider challenges to that. Much more successfully in Russia than in Ukraine, but basically the same basic purpose. And I'm also involved in a new project where we will try, with colleagues, to compare concepts like political technology, political warfare, hybrid war, and information war. And there's a lot of good scholarship about all four, but to kind of put proper distinctions and definitions in between those four. So, first question I tried to answer was, why is there so much political, or why was there so much political technology in Ukraine, at least before 2022? First answer is the Soviet legacy. There are many things about that legacy, the prevalence of informal politics, competitive regionalism in Ukraine, the weakness of the judiciary, which make the temptation to use political technology much higher and make its impact much more effective. But there are other things which distinguish between Russia and Ukraine in terms of post-Soviet legacy. In Ukraine, traditionally, the state was much weaker. There was no cult of the power of the state or of the secret services and their power. And there was pretty much zero temptation to use the same methods against neighbors. Often this is called political warfare when you use political technology methods against other people. So the Soviet legacy made was, if you like, the kind of same or similar habitus, all right? In Pierre Bourdieu's sense, although with some crucial differences. Secondly, the same with external factors, but more differences than similarities. Ukraine is a smaller state. It doesn't have the ability to throw its weight and power around. It doesn't have nuclear weapons. It wants to join the club, the civilization, the EU, NATO, and others, IMF. And that means a certain amount of oversight and common standards. There was much talk, for example, when Zelensky came to power about his relationship with Ihor Kolomoisky. There was much back and forward about that. What finally made the break was the IMF, who basically said they weren't going to provide the money if this guy was still around. But also, Ukraine is what we can call or what I called in my book. Remember that the subtitle is the globalization of political manipulation. That happens in many ways. It happens particularly in what I called hub states. So Ukraine was this big market for Russians. On the left, this fat git, I'll be rude about him, because Timofey Sergeytsev was a political technologist who worked in Ukraine for Leonid Kuchma back in the 90s, before authoring this notorious genocidal call about what to do with Ukrainians in 2022. Americans like Paul Manafort, he has a very colourful career going back and forward, starting off as a Republican strategist, then working for third world dictators, then going back to America and working on what was called the Southern Strategy, getting the Southern states to vote, to switch from voting Democrat to voting Republican in the US, and then going to Ukraine and applying the same kind of culture politics, a kind of Eastern strategy, if you like. And then going back to America to be Donald Trump's campaign chief in 2016. Brief time in prison, but now advising Trump again. But because Ukraine was this hub state, it developed its own alchemies of local technologies. And this final picture here, exclusive, the political technologies of Poroshenko. It is how it describes Ihor Hliniv.
I interviewed his daughter.
Oh, we can talk about that later. Whoa. So, on the whole, Ukraine was constrained in many ways by the external world from its use of political technologies. But on the other hand, because it was this open door hub state, which had a huge market because Ukrainian elections were incredibly expensive, that actually promoted the spread of political technology in Ukraine. But what type of political technology? There's a big difference to Russia, where politics, first of all, was successful. Sorry, political technology, first of all, was successful in creating Kremlin hegemony, in taking over everything about politics. Right? So everything in Russia is scripted, is a move in this kind of political technology game. That was done by the end of Putin's first term, basically. And since then, political technology has spread into other areas. Since 2012, for example, it's taken over Russian history. Vladimir Medinsky is this very interesting figure. You could say that he's a bad historian. You know, he's very Russian because he plagiarized both his dissertations. But he's actually, literally one of them, a political technologist who started off running a notorious pyramid scheme called MMM in the 90s. And his method of writing history is the same method. It's all about bricolage and postmodern narrative construction. Thirdly, in Russia, political technology works a lot with the politics of securitization, about so-called foreign threats and their so-called domestic allies. So on all three areas, political technology in Ukraine is different. It's not about hegemony. In fact, it's about competition, right? Because you have these kind of regional clans that are always, to some degree, in residual competition with each other, and political technology is what gives you the edge. You don't use it against your neighbors, and securitization was actually only involved in terms of this internal politics, creating friend and enemy distinctions before 2014, when suddenly real threats come along, and can create a very different securitization dynamic, which hasn't yet played itself out. So the characteristic political technologies in Ukraine were about the things that gave you the edge in competition. Grechka, which just means bribing voters, but in a highly sophisticated, almost commercially industrial way. Particularly because if you bribe people to vote in a certain way, you've got to make sure that they do vote in a certain way. In Russia, you had this highly centralized, state-controlled troll farm model. You had Olgino, the giant troll farm run by Prigozhin. Whereas in Ukraine, you have bot armies named after the politicians that they support. Porokoboti is this picture here, Poroshenko on the wall, or Timoshenko, or whatever. But the biggest and most effective political technologies in Ukraine were two things. One, TV. And TV in Ukraine until 2022 was very oligarchic, right? Much less state-controlled than in Russia. All the big oligarch TV channels had about 75% of the audience. And they use this for the biggest and most important technology of all which was regular reboot. Right? Every political cycle, you rebooted the political system, you created new parties, you sold them on your TV channels, and the whole cycle of reproduction and protection of the limited access over order carries on. What has changed? What has changed since 2014? Well, first of all, the arrival of a real threat creates a completely different dynamic. In 2014, you see a big reduction of Russia's possibilities, right, to interfere in Ukrainian politics. Instead of working with Yanukovych, with the state, they start working with the opposition, although quite successfully in terms of opposition platform. You have a very different habitus developing. You have genuine anti-corruption institutions introduced, but they are contained by the elements of habitus or institutions which haven't changed so much. You see the beginnings of a big change in media, with social media catching up with TV. But 2022 is a much more radical break. Russia's role isn't just diminished, it more or less disappears. And two things, material losses and the politics of securitization create what you can genuinely call de-oligarchization. That the oligarchs are much less richer and more powerful than they were, particularly because, thirdly, their TV is gone. Right? Basically, it's corralled into the United TV marathon, whose audience is now much diminished. But in part because of that, and also because of the rise of the social media, oligarchs no longer have this all-powerful weapon to sell political projects anymore. And lastly, no elections. It makes a huge difference, because you haven't had the opportunity for this regular reboot. What happens next? We'll have to see when elections come back whether the same kind of media can be reintroduced, the same kind of project of creating new parties. Russia's role has disappeared, the oligarchs are much less powerful, but you still see some of the same habitus and the same instincts now much more monopolized by the office of the president. So if there's still political technology in Ukraine, it's used by the presidency and not so much by the oligarchs anymore. Though oligarchs, as declining actors, can still invest in their own defense. One favorite political technology in Ukraine, have I got time? No. Actually, it's not this one, but it's the opening scene of Servants of the People, where the oligarchs are standing on the balcony of the Hotel Ukraine, and they describe Ukrainian political technology. This is episode 1, scene 1. They say, between themselves, elections are getting too expensive. First of all, we have to run our own candidates, and then I have to run a candidate against your candidate, and then you run a candidate against my candidate against your candidate. Can't we have some kind of truce to save us all money? And this is exactly what happened in 2019. Right? All Poroshenko's people in particular had candidates to take votes off all the other candidates apart from Zelensky, which is why, a big reason why he won. And that's one thing that the office of the president can still do. Where it has popular opponents, you can see them grooming alternatives to those opponents. Finally, Russia. What role for Russia in the future? Well, in the past, it relied hugely on proxies, on political parties, on think tanks, on anything that fitted the Russian term fabriki mysli, means of creating public opinion. It has moved very effectively into using social media. But we'll see what happens when the starting gun happens. What won't happen, probably, is what has just happened in Moldova. Right? Although the Russians didn't win, they have set up this huge political technology holding organization called Eurasia, whose aim is to interfere in every post-Soviet election, channeling huge amounts of money to preferred parties and institutions and churches and whatever. Very interesting story why that was only semi-successful in Moldova. But in the changed environment that you were just talking about, is hopefully inconceivable that you would allow such a giant operation in a post-war country. And that's political warfare, using political technology against a neighboring state. There are other things, particularly information war, which Russia is still very good at, and very good at globally. I don't have the time, but perhaps in questions, the Russians have been very successful recently in the war for Trump's brain. Right? If they're good at creating alternative realities, they're good at feeding those into information systems, particularly the ones around Trump, and discrediting Ukraine and potential support for Ukraine. But that's another subject. So the overall conclusion is Ukraine really has changed. So there isn't as much scope for political technology, for political manipulation as there was, but it hasn't completely changed. So keep an eye on that list of things that have been done in the past and might still be done in the future.
Thank you, Andrew, for this very insightful talk, and I'm sure there are some questions. Yes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Marina Naden from Luther College. Just a quick question. You kind of alluded to it towards the end of your presentation. Could you speak a little bit about the technologies, political technologies that are utilized in the global politics, by Russian politicians?
Well,
in other words, some people kind of name some of these things conspiracies, but the reality might be closer, right, to actual actions.
Well, the good old USA project was the name of this most recent operation. It's really interesting how political technology is an old thing in Russia. So it's hyperstarsized through these various cycles into something that's now routinized and is a big service industry. A younger generation of even more cynical people doing kind of propaganda service work for the Kremlin. So the one we know about most is a guy called Ilya Gambashidze, Georgian surname but Russian. We know because the Department of Justice in the US, when it was still interested in justice, right, indicted him before the last election because they had all of these leaks about his operations in the Kremlin, actual discussions with Kirienko, who runs all this stuff. And it was managerial. They had targets, they had presentations, and their aims were realistic. Right? We currently, roughly equal numbers of Republicans and Democratic voters in the US support aid to Ukraine. Let's try and reduce the Republicans by 10 or 15%, which basically they achieved. So not kind of fantasy world where you can do anything, but by various social media operations, can we spread the idea that Ukraine is corrupt, that Zelensky has a yacht, that his wife visited Paris to go shopping. A lot of these things that were seeded by the Russians then become part of this MAGA conversation. And then the explosive events of the Trump visit to the White House in February of this year, when a lot of this comes straight out of their mouths. So I am amazed that, given all that which is still there, the Ukrainians have successfully stayed in the game. Because that was what the whole thing was designed to set up, right? To get Republican circles to be pushing people like Trump to drop Ukraine and drop support for Ukraine. And that almost happened, but hasn't quite.
Yes, thank you. We have time for one more question or comment. No? Maybe then we just go ahead with the next speaker, and maybe in the end we have some time for questions to all the panel participants. Thank you, Andrew. So then I will welcome the last speaker of the panel, Gaia Flicker, who is a professor of Russian area studies at the University of Oslo. And he has written articles about Ukrainian domestic policy after the Orange Revolution, and has also just published an article on legislative-executive relations in Ukraine's wartime conditions. He is the leader of the project National Values and Political Reforms in Post-Maidan Ukraine, WALREF, and this project is supported by the Research Council of Norway. The paper he will present today is on voting cohesion in the servants of the people, and it's a co-authored paper, but maybe you introduce your co-authors yourself, so the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Well, although I find myself in sort of an ironic position, because as someone coming from the humanities, I would be very inclined to believe in the analysis of habitus and also political technologies. But as it were, this paper is something that was born in hard times, and thus it is fairly hard science and political science. And I'm going to go through this in a piecemeal manner to present the findings and results of what is a collective work which is sustained and by Eric Heron at the University of West Virginia, Christina Pelchar, she is a PhD candidate at the West Virginia University, and Herschel Thomas at the University of Texas, Austin. What we started out asking when we were looking at some of the features of Ukrainian politics after 2019 was simply, how was that servant bloc actually compiled? Where did all these people come from? What did it mean for the former party system? How many were recruited from former parties? How many were fresh faces, like Olga Onuch and Henry Hale has talked about the Zay effect, and how that became a majority bloc in the Rada. But this paper is basically about majority party behavior in extreme conditions. Meaning, how does that majority bloc actually perform in terms of its voting cohesion, and how does that affect party cohesion at large? Of course, there are differences between voting cohesion in parliament and party cohesion organizationally, but given the extreme situation that we have in Ukraine now, we would imagine that voting cohesion would be one of the more important measures of how that party eventually will perform if elections come about again, as Andrew mentioned in his presentation. And we have pursued a four-tail set of hypotheses, and I will go through that with you in detail once I show you the various figures and the statistics that we have been digging into. The theoretical framework that is not case-specific, that regulates the field of how a party is consolidated, is, for instance, the political transition from movements to organizations by Angela Palnebianco, who says that a political party can actually start as some kind of a movement, but once it is represented in parliament and once it turns into a more solid organizations, there is an oligarch process going on inside the party. It becomes more cohesive, but also more interest differentiated. So, and we're not looking so much at that transformation. We are assuming from the very beginning that political parties are not unitary actors, but rather collections of individuals, and they are united by a joint party label. And you all know why the party labeled servant of the people was so successful. Of course, that has everything to do with what Andrew called political technology, and the fact that the current president was a TV star that suddenly became what that TV series was all about, the president of Ukraine. We also start from a point that the legislators are, in the beginning at least, willing to work collectively on a defined set of priorities, and that allows them to cartelize the agenda. Now, every bill that is voted on in the Rada is a simple majority question. So if you have a majority party, you can definitely set the agenda for reforms, which is what Zelensky has been trying to do and has succeeded in many ways in doing from the very beginning of his presidential tenure. What about factors that influence cohesion? Again, this is from the generalized literature. You could imagine that institutional design, for instance, whether presidentialist, semi-presidentialist, parliamentary, would have an impact on cohesion. You would definitely also think that electoral design, whether representatives are selected on party lists or in local constituency, would have an effect on party cohesion. We know from former periods of Ukrainian politics that one of the things that Kuchma was eager to do was to control the majoritarian in the Rada and to build a presidential bloc on that particular basis. We know that stability of the electoral system over time is a factor that also influences party cohesion. It's a very specific case in Ukraine. They have been changing electoral systems many times, sometimes also at the beginning of the Orange Revolution or the years before, changing it in a way that would actually favor a majority party for Kuchma, and that sort of also unleashed the Orange Revolution way back when. We know that selective incentives, that is, issue positions in the party and individual legislators, also has an effect, and we're actually checking for that to see whether the vote on if different issues can show some cleavages in voting returns in the party. And we know that accountability, electoral constituency, and public attention to issues also is a factor that influences cohesion. Again, the more case-specific issue here is that we do not have a time scale or a time frame for future elections, and there is a war going on. So we would have to make different assumptions in order to frame that particular question. So the case-specific motivations for doing this is simply, and this is we start out with the assumption that how does war, extreme conditions, affect party cohesion? Can we see any effect of the war in the way that the servants of the people are voting in parliament over time? And the motivation is, of course, in the current situation, with all the international aid needed, and with also international donors standing aligned to help Ukraine, we would have to know something about the Zelensky effect and the operability of the system itself, which is quite an important question, as it were. Case-specific issues, I think that I have already gone through that in detail. You've had modifications of the electoral system over time. You've had, prior to the majority bloc of the servant people, what Luke and Way in 2015 called pluralism by default. That means party jockeying, right? Which was then sort of a guarantee against any clan getting the upper hand in Ukrainian politics. I mean, MPs could actually juggle their partisan alignment in a way as to stop or halt the drift towards authoritarianism. Another case-specific issue here is the postponement of elections under martial law. We can say that it has some bearings for motivations for election. And this is quite important because normally when you vote, you analyze votes, you say for and against in a 0-1 differential, but here their absentee and abstention voting is something that we have to take into account, because especially in wartime, abstention is widely used in order to signal that you disagree with the bill, and you have to take that into the analysis. Let us look at how the servant people has changed over time. We know that starting from the 252 size block until June, there has been defectors from the party, and there has also been replacements for some that have shifted alignment or left for other reasons. European solidarity has been stable over time, as also with the fatherland. The opposition platform, of course, has dissolved, and it is now a deputy group, and there are other deputy groups as well that have taken some of the defectors from the servants of the people, but not that many. So the bottom line is that you have had a majority party over time. That has not changed, but we are looking into whether there is sort of a pre-defection effect in the statistical material that we're analyzing. That means that once you have defected, were you among those that were in disagreement with the party line before you actually defected? Now, these are the data. 17,466 roll call votes collected from August 2019 to June 2024. This has been run through a cup bubble machine, which is an artificial intelligence machine that has lots of records from parliamentary documents, and that has learned to categorize parliamentary bills along certain themes across 9 languages. Ukrainian language is one of these. So you can run a bill through the CAP machine, and it will place it in transport, foreign policy, or defense policy, and a lot of other topics, macroeconomics and so forth. In addition to having run all these votes through the CAP bubble machine, they have also been checked by hand coding. So it's quite a huge data material that is presented in order to underpin the analysis. Again, the adapted rise index that we're using here in this paper is not the 0-1 scale, but it also takes into account abstention, as I know in the analysis of results. You would imagine when you start out looking at the effect of war that cohesion would change substantially pre-invasion and post-invasion. Actually, we could not see much of such a change in the servant of the people. You would say that this table excludes votes on amendments, but it represents the percentage of votes cast in each voting category by party and overall during the pre- and post-invasion periods. So the servants would go yes, 76% and 76.1% even post-invasion. You would see a larger percentage of did not vote, but not on absentees, for instance. So there's a huge degree of continuity in the pre- and post-invasion period. If we analyze the whole set of statistic material, we have to test that against 4 hypotheses, as I said in the very beginning of the presentation. So the hypothesis that we use for the paper is that there is a time decay, that party cohesion within the servant of the people is likely to decline over time. And we have to find explanatory measures that can explain that. Why is that actually the case? We also, as a sub-hypothesis of that one, would assume that there would be short-time spikes following rallying events, for instance, the invasion. So we would expect cohesion to go up immediately after the invasion, and check that also on topics. We would also expect, and this is hypothesis number 4, that party cohesion would be higher on war-affiliated policy items such as defense, foreign policy, and particularly that following the full-scale invasion. And this set of hypotheses is more endogenous factors, which is more about how the organization actually performs. Pre-defection effect is that we assume that the likelihood of voting with the party's preferred outcome will be lower among legislators who subsequently defect or are cast out of the party for reasons of receiving too much money or adopting bills that favor them economically and so forth. Seat loyalty. Legislators elected to party list seats. We can assume that since they are more dependent on the organization, that they will be more likely also to vote cohesively, that is aligned with the party position. Now, this graph tells you cohesion over time. Now look, they started with almost 100% voting cohesion in 2019. And starting from about 90% of the members of the servants voting along with the party line is a very high level of cohesion. So this downward slope is not really all that dramatic. I mean, there is still around the upper level of 70 and above 80% cohesion in the last time period that we measured. And that tells us that there are, not many external factors that drive the decline of cohesion. Some of the plausible causes may be stress over time, defectors, and no incentives for re-election. But we're doing more analysis to check these factors. You could also notice that there was a small rallying effect around the period of the invasion. So immediately around 24 February, before and after, cohesion peaked a bit, but it's also peaked at the end of the period in 2024, in June 2024. The cohesion among stayers and defectors show us that overall, on almost every policy issue, deputies who leave the party at some point between 2019 and 2024 are less likely to vote with the party when they were party members. And this varies to a certain degree also with the topics. You can say here, for instance, it says international affairs. You could say that the voting cohesion for defectors in international affairs was substantially lower than those that remained with the party line, for instance. So that kind of variation tells us something also about the reason for defection. You could say here that issues of land, for instance, the cohesion, where's my laser? Is it running around there somewhere? Oh, there you are, thank you. Land, there is also less cohesion among the defectors. And here, I think we should see defense, that would be this one. Also, relatively lower cohesion. And here in energy, of course, also one of the topics that we would see lower cohesion. Not to mention macroeconomics, which is over at the very left. I have 2 minutes left. I think I have gone through cohesion on CAP topic. One of the issues that the CAP topic cohesion measures is, of course, conflict of interest. So you would find within macroeconomic, for instance, that there are conflicts of interest. You would find within land issues that there are conflicts of interest. And also, to a certain degree, and not so much perhaps housing, there is also conflicts of interest. The final section is a multivariate analysis where we control for individual factors affecting voting behavior, and we try to address several hypotheses at one time. The independent variables here are seat mandate PR majoritarian constituency, level of education, gender, and age. And what we find here is that higher education, again, where's my laser? It is leaving me, so, oh, here it is. Pre-invasion is red, all votes, and post-invasion tells us that higher education, proportional, elected, and age is a factor that actually affects voting cohesion directly. That means that people that have come to age, that have higher education, and are elected in proportional elections are more inclined to vote with the party line as such. Left servant, of course, is not very inclined to vote with the party line, and that is all votes in pre-invasion. Post-invasion does not seem to have an effect on that analysis. So to summarize the results of this paper, party loyalty is strongest among the PR seats. Well, you could expect as much because the PR seats are definitely more dependent on the organization for the re-election. So it's a clear sort of a sign of the effect of PR seats. We could have the caveat to say that some seat fillers are definitely among those that are loyal to the party line because 30 names were not in the initial 2019 cohort, but they are also, again, more dependent on re-election, so they would vote in general terms with the party line. Higher education was not a factor that was all that pertinent in terms of defining whether someone would vote with the party line pre-invasion. So that is something that came about after the invasion. For which reasons? We don't know, but we may have some ideas if we look elsewhere for other factors that may have influenced that. Now, in conclusion, we have to say that we cannot find any significant effect on war or on cohesion, which is quite remarkable, and which tells us that among the deputies, there is definitely a keep calm and carry on mentality overall, that deputies are sticking to the majority bloc priorities in politics. And again, that speaks to resilience, even in times of war. The only uncertainties we can see is resilience over time and the timing of new elections that may affect party behavior once these elections are called. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Guy, for a very sophisticated analysis. Are there any questions or comments? Yes, please.
Bohdana, I'm a sociologist from Kiev. Thank you very much for your presentation. I have a provocative suggestion, which you may feel free to ignore. But
I love provocations.
if you want to notice something interesting, like some shifts which happened after the attempted full-scale invasion began, I would encourage you to look into not only within the Servant of People party, which of course is a legitimate exercise in itself, but how other parties vote in congruence with the Servants of People or deviate. And I'm quite sure, but please do verify it if you wish, that you will see a very abrupt change in the party under Yuri Boyko's leadership. It voted in a quite diverse way before the invasion. After the invasion began, they started voting probably in the most uniform manner out of all political groups in Ukraine with the Servants of People. And well, this is apparently related to certain informal negotiations, and then it kind of uncovers maybe a bit of interesting data, interesting to interpret, and interesting from the perspective of explaining what is happening within the Ukrainian politics at the parliament level.
Should I take that immediately?
Yes,
that is a very interesting intervention, Lena, and I think that when we start analyzing the voting also of other factions, we would find effects like that, but probably not as a distinct effect. Again, that might be, as Andrew would know, perhaps a function of some kind of informal understanding on how to vote.
Well, also survival.
Excuse me?
They support
survival, exactly.
Presidents and presidency so they don't get back.
Yeah, exactly. So again, you know, if you want to hold on to the party label, then bandwagoning with a major faction, a major party, would be a survival strategy. You could expect it to be as much, at least. And again, if you look at the opposition party, again, and people keep telling me that, Tor Buchwald among other things, that although Yanukovych had the party of region bloc, one of the issues that the party of regions were still interested in was the very concept of state sovereignty of Ukraine, again, you know. And so when that state sovereignty is under attack, you could perhaps also expect them to join the larger bloc of the majority bloc in voting. But the thing is that we have the data, so it would be possible to check.
Yes, other questions, comments?
Yes, question regarding party consolidation metrics in other countries, just for context, since
yes.
I'm not a political scientist. You said it's high, 90% something is high.
In the beginning, yes.
What's more usual? Elsewhere, right?
Oh.
In other countries out there.
Yeah.
So how does Ukraine compare, you know, political parties in Ukraine compare to?
Well, we haven't done any study of that yet, but I think, you know, if you could possibly compare with other majority bloc systems. But again, there would be factors that make the Ukrainian case a relatively unique case, given the war. So I think the takeaway of the article is that if you are to compare, you have to compare with situations where you both have war as a factor and perhaps also a majority bloc in order to make that comparison. Not one between oranges and bananas, but between bananas and bananas, right? Although they're both fruit, to use a metaphor from transition studies, buns. But overall, if you exclude war as a factor, and you just see the pre-invasion period, you could do some valid comparisons with other systems where you have majority blocs. Perhaps to be provocative, you know, there is a majority bloc in the Russian Federation, right? And there is a majority bloc in Hungary. So again, there are comparisons that would be of interest if you have sufficient data to do the comparison.
Yes, any more questions or comments? Then I may also have one to you. Since basically with the beginning of the full-scale invasion, Ukraine also became a candidate country for EU accession, yes. Right? And we know that parliaments are often kind of rubber stamping EU legislation in these processes. Do you see any evidence for this? And maybe this also goes into this cohesion, because when you need to basically rubber stamp EU legislation, you have to be cohesive. Do you see any of these effects in Ukraine?
That's a very good question, Anne. Actually, I don't think all the sort of the EU treaties that are sought under macroeconomics, for instance, I think you would see a degree of, you would see less cohesion within some of these votes. Where you would see a higher degree of cohesion is the zverninja of the Rada, the resolutions of the Rada. Because the Rada has been producing resolutions on a regular basis on its foreign policy alignment, and especially the desire to integrate with the EU, and also with the NATO alliance. The only, actually, among the Rada resolutions that I have been analyzing in a different paper, which is not published, I think we had about 70 resolutions. So we were looking at voting on these resolutions. The only resolution that where the majority bloc, the Servants of the People, used its absentee vote to stop the resolution was one that was made by Razumkov in September 2021, which was a resolution asking the US Congress for status as a major non-NATO ally. And that was stopped by the Servant of the People in 2021. Otherwise, you would see a high level of cohesion on the resolutions. And of course, if you go back in time and you analyze the role of the Rada also in the early 1990s, the Rada was using resolutions very actively in order to promote foreign policy and security policy interests already at that time. So this is a sort of an institutionalized practice that has been lasting over time. The Rada was very adamant, for instance, around the time of the Budapest Memorandum in 1994, which we know. The Rada was very adamant when Yanukovych secured the leasing of the Black Sea harbor and the Black Sea base in 2010, and the Kharkiv Accords. So again, there is an agency in foreign policy in the Rada that sort of speaks to the continuity of that particular practice over time.
Yes, please, Jan.
My name is Jørn Holmansen from the Oslo Metropolitan University. I think your findings are highly interesting, given the fact that Ukrainian political parties, and certainly this is the case for Servants of the People, they are not programmatic parties, highly personalistic. To what extent did you take that into account, that Ukrainian parties actually do not really present fully fledged programs with a kind of with roots in political cleavages in the country?
Yeah.
Except for East-West and language issues and so on.
Sure.
And the people recruited for candidacy for the Servant of the People are certainly not, or should I say, were not rooted in anything. That was the point. There should be newcomers.
Yes.
So it's extremely interesting that the cohesion in this parliamentary group is so strong.
Well, I think we should also invite the other panelists to comment on that particular question again, because there are many ifs and buts in the analysis here. But it looks like, of course, there was a very visible Zelensky effect. And there was a generational effect in the creation of the Servant of the People as well, because there were newcomers coming in on that ballot. You should recall also that Zelensky actually dissolved the Rada when he was holding his inauguration speech. He held his inauguration speech in May, and then he dissolved it, and then it went through the Constitutional Court and was declared valid. But again, one of the representatives in the Constitutional Court was also on the party ballot. So again, there are issues here with regarding how the majority bloc was established. But it does not seem that, or this is perhaps something we could discuss, whether it is a Zelensky bloc or not. I mean, would it be unthinkable that the bloc existed if there was no Zelensky? I think we can say to a certain degree that the timing of elections and the conditions surrounding elections, if and when they come, would be something that would affect that party label.
Well, intuitively, the major factor maintaining cohesion is that Zelensky's popularity stays relatively high.
Yes.
The main factor working in the other direction would be post-election technology.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this was the first election when none of Akhmetov's direct investments got into the Rada. The other opposition bloc, and Lyashko. So what do? You start encouraging people to defect, or to build up a rival group.
Yes.
And you saw some of that with the new factions from the majoritarians.
Yes.
So in 2021, Akhmetov was trying to build up Razumkov, wasn't he? Who had about...
Yes, he had his old Smart Politics block or something like that. That he.
Yeah, what was it? It wasn't a faction, though, was it?
No, it was a deputy group.
Yeah. So that would be the kind of those. You know, you could try and test. You could try and run Zelensky's popularity rating and see if its ups and downs affect cohesion. You could try and look at these other groups working in the other direction.
Well, there's an element of institutional control here as well, because Razumkov was, you know, the second in command by being the chairman of the Rada, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when you lose that position, of course, then your political project sort of plummets. Am I right?
I would actually also like to bring in a different perspective, that we are talking about certain hybridity of the regime, because we are not actually acting according to what institutionally is written. The parliament doesn't play the role that it is supposed to play according to the constitution and the institutional framework, because during the Soviet time it was absolutely nominal institution which played no role. It was just for the facade. And then in 90s we had this, as well as in Russia, unfortunately, and in Belarus, and in Moldova and Georgia, this very strong president tradition, and presidents, the practices basically that the presidential administration applied, they are now so very well known that even then, when we changed the institutional framework just during the Orange Revolution, after Orange Revolution, where the parliament was supposed to play the lead in this system, the practices prevailed, informal practices, and making the parliament vote as you would like sitting in the presidential administration prevailed and will still doing this. So that was a hope that because Zelensky doesn't have an institutional experience and he wasn't supposed to know how to continue this tradition of running basically the parliament from the presidential administration, there was a hope that parliament would get its power back as it should. But it didn't happen because informal practices and habitus basically prevailed, and we are talking about this kind of system. I think this is crucial here.
Yeah, that's the habitus argument, and I think that, you know, some political scientists would disagree with it, because they would say that the parliament played an important role in impacting the transition after the Orange Revolution. And again, also when Yanukovych fled to Russia, of course, if the parliament had not stepped in and continued parliamentary traditions in Ukraine, the whole system would have been, you know, dysfunctional.
But it's not contradictory.
Yeah.
I'm afraid we have to close here because time's up, but we can continue the discussion, of course, later today and tomorrow. So thank you for very interesting presentations and papers, and thank you for your questions. And yeah, with this, I close the panel and we continue our discussions over the dinner. Thank you.
Good.